The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Would the House and gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain?
God, from whom all good things flow, we thank you for the beauty of this day. Help us to see all things in your eternal light, your providential hand guiding all things, and most especially we ourselves towards you. Grant us the grace to cooperate with your action in our lives today, never succumbing to the temptations towards selfish desires, but always living in imitation of the model you have provided, living and loving towards you, to whom be all glory and honor. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Vinton Jones of Dallas County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance in the United States and Texas flags.
Please join me in the pledge to our nation and our great state of Texas. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Mr. Herrera because of important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Martinez Fisher. Please excuse Mr. Guerin to attend a funeral on the motion of Mr. King and Uvalde. Due to objection, chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 6, Goldman, sponsored by Huffman, relating to the designation of fentanyl toxicity for the purposes of death certificate and to the criminal penalties for certain controlled substance offenses, increasing a criminal penalty. Committee substitute amended. HB.
Thank you, sir. The chair is pleased to again recognize Dr. Larry Kravitz for, I believe, the third time this session as the Doctor of the Day. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 28, HB 59, HB 393, HB 541, HB 568, HB 591, HB 1212, HB 1297, HB 1382, HB 1455, HB 1575, HB 1706, HB 1745, HB 1750, HB 1989, HB 2059, HB 2063, HB 2209, HB 2306, HB 2353, HB 2373, HB 2708, HB 2777, HB 2899, HB 3301, HB 3390, HB 3526, HB 3643, HB 4018, HB 5348.
Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's calendar. Is there objection? Chair is unsorted. The following announcements, the clerk read the announcements.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 2 p.m. in Room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Business and Industry will meet today upon adjournment at Desk 144 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon adjournment at Desk 41 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Select Committee on Health Care Reform to meet while the House is in session today at 11:45 in Room 1W.14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider pending and referred and committee business.
Members of the motion, objection, chair is unsorted. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Select Committee on Healthcare Reform will meet today at 11:45 a.m. in Room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 11:15 a.m. in Room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members of the motion, objection, chair is unsorted. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today at 11:15 a.m. in Room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We have two memorial resolutions. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 569 by Price in memory of former State Representative Richard Lee Crawford of Amarillo.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we previously adopted House Resolution 569 in memory of State Representative Richard Lee Rick Crawford of Amarillo. It's my privilege this morning to commemorate the life and legacy of former State Representative Rick Crawford, who represented House District 87. He passed away last year in July of 2022. Representative Crawford grew up in Amarillo, Texas, and graduated from my alma mater, Tascosa High School, where he was an outstanding football player and strong leader among his peers. He then worked his way through college while attending the University of Texas at Austin before becoming a successful commercial realtor in Amarillo. Mr. Crawford served the people of the Texas Panhandle in the Texas House from January 1989 to January 1993. During his time in the Texas House, he served on several committees, including County Affairs, Public Safety, and State Affairs. He helped pass several major bills, including workers' compensation reform. Mr. Crawford went on to serve as Special Assistant to House Speaker Pete Laney, and he represented the Speaker on the Texas Bond Review Board and oversaw the $192 million restoration of the Capitol. I recently spoke with Speaker Laney, who told me he and Rick had a love and a friendship just like brothers. The Speaker said Rick was not just a loyal friend, but he was totally dependable and got a lot done for his House district, for the state, and as a leader of a state agency. In 1995, Rick was appointed as Executive Director of the Texas State Preservation Board, where he played a vital role in several capital improvements, including the Capitol restoration of the early 1990s, which we obviously see and enjoy here every day, and the design and development of the $78 million Bob Bullock Texas State History Museum. Now, interestingly, and I'm going to have to verify this for myself, but His brother Steve told me this morning, if you look hard enough in the granite floor over at the Bob Bullock Museum and the mural that's there in the rotunda, somewhere you might see the architect's and Rick's initials. Something that we would all do in the sidewalk cement outside of our homes and our neighborhoods. I'm going to go look for his initials over at the Bob Bullock Museum. Mr. Crawford cherished his role as a loving husband, brother, and uncle, and as a dedicated and loyal friend to many. He was also an avid Texas Longhorn. Rick enjoyed a wealth of many friendships that he developed at home and here in Austin, Texas. Several of his former staff and members of his family and friends are up here in the North Gallery. I'd like to ask them to stand. I would also like to recognize some of the family who are joining us on the dais here today. His wife, Mrs. Janice J.R. Wilson, his brother, Michael Crawford, his sister-in-law, Barbara Crawford, his brother, Steve Crawford, and his sister-in-law, Lynn Crawford. I really appreciate them being here today. Mr. Speaker, my sincere thanks for allowing me the privilege to say these words in memory of Representative Crawford. I request a moment of silence in his memory.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please take your seats. We have another memorial resolution. The chair recognizes Ms. Click for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1775.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1775 by Click in memory of Karen Ella Shalom Leal of Georgetown.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the resolution.
Members, many of you know Roland Leal through his work here at the Capitol. His youngest daughter, Ella, died in a tragic accident earlier this year. Today would have been Ella's 13th birthday. Would you please join me in a moment of silence in her memory?
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 997 by Longoria, congratulating Keely Guzman of La Jolla Early College High School on winning a state title at 2023 Texas High School Women's Powerlifting Association 6A State Championship.
The chair recognizes Ms. Longoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to bring your attention to the dais. Here with us today is Kaylee Guzman of La Jolla Early College High School and her parents Rolando and Daly Guzman. Members, Kaylee is on the floor because she is the 6A Texas High School Women's Powerlifting Champion in the 132-pound division. She's also the first powerlifting state champion for La Jolla ISD. Kaylee first started lifting during the pandemic and discovered a love for the sport. In her first year of competition as a junior, she finished sixth in state, and this year she's the state champion. This year she won multiple local and district meets and set 2 new state records in the squat, lifting 425 pounds, and total lifts with a total of 1,005 pounds on her way to her state championship. Kaylee, congratulations on your success and hard work, and thank you for being a great role model for the students of House District 35, the Rio Grande Valley, and the state of Texas. Welcome.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in 1W14 Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W14 Ag Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
HR 1287 by Vo, recognizing May 17, 2023 as Vietnamese American Day at the State Capitol.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to ask you to join me in recognizing today, May 17, 2023 is Vietnamese American Day, a day which recognizes the contributions of Vietnamese Americans in Texas. Today, we are very lucky to host over 200 Vietnamese Americans, including Vietnam veterans from across the state, and they gather at the Capitol to celebrate this occasion. Their presence highlights the fact that Texas is home to more than 210,000 Vietnamese Americans, the second largest population of its kind in the nation. Vietnamese Americans are a testament to the value of hard work, and they have excelled in various fields, including entrepreneurship, medicine, law, politics, education, and the arts. I would like to express my gratitude to the legislators who serve and had loved ones serving in the military during the Vietnam War and risked their life to preserve freedom. And we extend our deepest sympathies to the families who have lost their loved ones. On this day, we pay our respects and honor their memory. And members, in honor of this day, I have with us 4 special people in the gallery from District 149 to be recognized for their excellence. First person is Mr. Stephen Lee. Mr. Stephen Lee, a Vietnamese immigrant who arrived in Houston in 1975, has emerged as a successful business and community leader. Mr. Lee contributed to the community by serving on the board of directors of the International Management District, as well as the Houston Community College Foundation. I have Staff Sergeant Chiến Văn Trần. Staff Sergeant Chiến Văn Trần served as an interpreter for the Aero Rifle Platoon during the Vietnam War, where he displayed the exceptional bravery and selflessness. Despite heavy enemy fire, he fearlessly protected injured pilots and crew members, fighting relentlessly to bring them to safety. Dr. Trinh Văn Trần Major, a former major officer in Regiment 1 of the South Vietnamese Paratrooper Division, he participated in numerous campaigns and provided medical care to wounded soldiers on the front line. And Mr. Tri La and his family escaped Vietnam in 1979, and during dangerous conditions and pirate attacks during the journey by boat. They arrived in Houston, Texas in 1980. In 1982, they opened their first Kim Sung restaurant in Houston, which quickly gained popularity, serving thousands of guests and earning recognition from esteemed food critics. Members, please join me in welcoming the Vietnamese American and recognizing the Vietnamese American Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Please stand up. All please rise. All please rise. Stand up. Please rise. Also, Mr. Colonel Nam Nguyen, also, he's here with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Vo for bringing this to the Texas House, Vietnamese American Day at the Capitol. And I'm proud to serve as House District 27, and we have a large number of Vietnamese in my district. Fort Bend County is the most diverse district in the country, and a large part of that is because of the Asian American community, and a large Vietnamese presence have made significant contributions, not just in Fort Bend, but the state of Texas and the nation. So we're so grateful for your leadership and your service to our country, to education, to medicine, engineering, and so many other great professions. We want to thank you for making Texas the best place to live, work, and play. Thank you for being here today. It means a lot to see you here at the Capitol. And thank you for all of our members for standing strong with Representative Vo. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning and welcome to your capital. I'm so happy to celebrate Vietnamese American Day today, and I'm so glad and congratulate Representative Wu for bringing everybody together. Stay engaged, get involved, and be the change that you want to see. Welcome to your capital. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bajani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, hello, Xin Chao, and howdy, y'all. Thank you all for joining your Texas Capitol. The Vietnamese community is one that has faced many hardships, including discrimination, language barriers, and culture shocks. Despite these obstacles, the community continues to uplift each other and their neighbors to continue to weave their story into the fabric of Texas history. We're so proud to have you all here today and honored to celebrate the beautiful culture and heritage of the Vietnamese people. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vietnamese Americans, we love you. Well, I am from the Dallas area. In my district, 112, we have a lot of wonderful Vietnamese Americans. They work so hard, and they are all so anti-communist. So I want to acknowledge them. They were with me visiting with so many people last week. And since today, most guests from Houston, I want you to know that the Vietnamese Americans in North Texas also share the same vision as you do. So welcome to the People's Capital.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde for a motion.
Move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to, what am I moving to? Suspend all necessary rules to take or consider House Resolution 1724.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1724 by Howard, honoring UT Austin professor Paul Bester Woodruff.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we honor Dr. Paul Woodruff. Dr. Woodruff is a beloved writer, translator, and professor of philosophy who taught at the University of Texas from 1973 to 2022. Over the course of his career at UT, he directed the Plan 2 honors program and also served as the inaugural dean of undergraduate studies. He built a new core curriculum at the university that spans across all colleges and majors and brought numerous student support programs together in their shared interdisciplinary mission. Before coming to UT, he served in the United States Army as a captain during the American War in Vietnam, where he gained firsthand knowledge and experience of moral conflict, physical danger, and the face of war. This experience made a significant impact on Dr. Woodruff, and he has written several essays and poems on the nature of war. Dr. Woodruff is a hobbyist carpenter and has built tables for classrooms use at the University of Texas. These tables are elliptical in shape, embodying the philosophy of equal opportunity discussion in class. Even in retirement from teaching philosophy, he frequently meets with former students in his backyard to discuss life and philosophy. Dr. Woodruff has been married for 48 years to his wife, Lucia, and they have 2 children, Rachel and Catherine, and 6 grandchildren. He has been celebrated by generations of students for his guidance, wisdom, approachability, humility, and willingness to engage. He is a true philosopher, and I will close with a quote from one of his books called First Democracy. Democracy is hard to achieve. Yes, it is impossible to make perfect, but democracy is not a utopian ideal because it takes human imperfections into account better than any other ideal of government. The ancient inventors of democracy knew that even the best of us can be distracted by ambition or fear from doing what is right. They knew how easily success leads to pride and pride to arrogance. From the ancient tradition of poetry, they knew by heart how arrogance leads to blindness and blindness to catastrophic mistakes. Democracy was born out of a reverent awareness of human folly, and it was designed to prevent its leaders from having the unchecked power that could lead even the wisest of them from arrogance to foolishness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business. Move adoption.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1743, honoring the Texas Black Expo for its 20th anniversary.
Members heard the motion. To objection, the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1743 by Reynolds, congratulating the Texas Black Expo on its 20th anniversary.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so proud of Jerome Love, who is a UT grad, one of my fraternity brothers, who founded what was formerly known as the Houston Black Expo 20 years ago. It's been rebranded to cover the entire state of Texas as the Texas Black Expo. It is one of the largest African-American trade shows in the state. And this year, they're celebrating their 20th anniversary. They are very excited to have none other than NBA legend Earvin Magic Johnson as one of their featured speakers at their business luncheon. But the purpose of the organization is to help businesses get education, access to capital, so that they can continue, so Texas can continue to be the economic engine of this country. And so, members, I'm so proud of the Texas Black Expo as they celebrate their 20th anniversary. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. To objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all rules to consider H.R. 1488.
Members heard the motion. To objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1488 by Jatan, recognizing May 2023 as ALS Awareness Month.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm here to recognize a group in honor of observing this month as ALS Month. This ALS Awareness Month, I'd like to acknowledge the ALS Association, who is here in the gallery. I would like to acknowledge Jill Gallagher-Bruner, Territory Executive, and Tanya Hishman, Managing Director, Care Services, for serving 1,501 Texans with ALS and serving 4,530-plus family caregivers in 2022 by providing support groups, multidisciplinary ALS clinics, and over $6 million in no-cost medical equipment loaned to Texans with ALS. They are working to make sure ALS is a livable disease. In the gallery, we also have Christina Strobel, whose husband passed away from ALS in December of 2021. Fritz Wise helped start the men's caregivers support group, whose wife passed away from ALS as well. Bill Corrigan, an Austin native who is an avid marathoner, and even though he has been diagnosed with ALS, he still participates in marathons. Thank you for joining us today. Individuals with ALS benefit immeasurably from the support of their families, friends, healthcare providers, and caregivers, as well as from the dedicated efforts of service groups, volunteers, and researchers across Texas who are working to improve outcomes and develop new treatments for ALS. Finally, for those visiting us today at the Capitol, please stand so you can be recognized. Thank you for being advocates and educators on ALS and sharing your insights on ALS and the impact it has on those Texas families. The observance of ALS Awareness Month unites people around the world in their commitment to support and the research for a cure and to enhance quality of life for patients. Please give a round of applause for those that are here with us today from the ALS. Thank you, members. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolution. Is objection? Chair hears none. Resolution adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to bring up H.R. 7141.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. Rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1741 by Guerra, honoring Everardo Ever Villarreal for his service as a Hidalgo County Commissioner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This resolution honors Ever Villarreal for his service as Hidalgo County Commissioner in Precinct 3, back home in Hidalgo County. Commissioner Villarreal is a distinguished entrepreneur and public servant. His first venture was a small tortilla factory in Palmview, Texas, which quickly became a local favorite and led to many more successful endeavors. It is through these endeavors that Commissioner Villarreal developed a deep passion for public service. Since assuming office in January 2021, Commissioner Villarreal has taken bold, thoughtful actions to improve the infrastructure and quality of life of Precinct 3 and Hidalgo County and brought greater transparency, accountability, and efficiency to local government. His accomplishments have included securing grants from the Texas General Land Office and the Texas Department of Transportation that have helped support drainage improvements and road projects totaling millions of dollars in Hidalgo County. During his time in office, Commissioner Villarreal has received several recognitions, including the 2021 Leadership Award from the City of Alton and the 2021 Community Partnership Award from the City of Palmhurst. He was also named among the top 10 Texas local officials by Rising Lone Stars, and he was twice honored with the Quick Draw Award from the Hidalgo County Urban County Program in 2022 and 2023. Commissioner Villarreal is a devoted family man and has been married to his wife, Ruth Villarreal, for 24 years, and together they have raised 3 beautiful daughters. Commissioner Villarreal and his family are here in the gallery today with us. Please stand up and be recognized by your House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Ever, thank you for coming. Bienvenido a tu Capitolio. Muchas gracias por tu servicio. Thank you for everything. And thank you to your wife for lending you to us. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Objecting, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I rise on a motion to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1543.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1543 by Stuckey, congratulating Chief Ed Reynolds of the University of North Texas Police Department on his retirement.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this week the University of North Texas will be saying goodbye to one of its dedicated public servants. The UNT Police Chief Ed Reynolds began his law enforcement career nearly 30 years ago at UNT. Ed Reynolds.
That's right. We might be related.
He are related. He is retiring this week with plenty of accolades under his belt. In 2018, he was honored as the National Campus Safety Director of the Year by Campus Safety Magazine. That was after he obtained a national accreditation of law enforcement. He also holds a Master Peace Officer, firearms, and instructor license from TICO. All of these credentials make him the most qualified for the job, but it's Chief Reynolds' character that made him the best person for the job. Thank you, Chief Reynolds, for your dedication to students and staff safety. We are honored by your service to UNT and Denton. And members, please join me in giving a round of applause to Chief Reynolds as he and the UNT family celebrate his retirement. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up and consider the HR recognizing the San Benito CISD chess program. HR 1836.
Members heard the motions. Objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
HR 1836 by Lopez of Cameron, congratulating the chess team of Berta Cabaza Middle School in San Benito CISD on its successful 2022-2023 season.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez to explain the resolution.
Members, we gather to celebrate the success of the San Benito CISD chess program. The district is committed to providing a premier education in a positive and safe environment, always striving for excellence in all areas. Berta Cavazza Middle School's chess program, organized through the after-school program, displays a dedication to achieving a gold standard. In the 2022-23 season, the chess team achieved remarkable accomplishments. First, they secured third place at the Region 8 Chess Championship in Harlingen, Texas in February 2023. Later, at the USCF Middle School National Chess Championships in Round Rock, Texas, they finished 10th among the top teams in the country in the under 1100 category. We commend Sebastian Saldivar, please stand as I call your name, Sebastian Saldivar, Nathan Rada, Jedrin Arroyo Baiz, Damian Campos, and Jacob Montoya for their outstanding performance. Furthermore, we take immense pride in the individual accomplishments of our students. Christian Gomez achieved a remarkable 6th place in the under-17 national division, demonstrating his skill and determination. These achievements have made possible because of their relentless dedication and guidance of their incredible chess instructor, Mr. Eric Guevara, please stand, and their sponsor, Mr. Albert Sanchez. Their leadership and support have been instrumental in nurturing the talents of these students and empowering them to reach their goals. Congratulations to the San Benito CISD chess program for their outstanding achievements at the national level. Members, please help me celebrate their outstanding achievements. I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures: local and uncontested calendar, HB 87, Murr, sponsored by Hughes, relating to the presidential electors of this state. HB 165, Johnson Ann, sponsored by Whitmire, relating to the prosecution of and punishment for an aggravated assault occurring as a part of a mass shooting, increasing a criminal penalty. HB 255, Swanson, sponsored by Zaffarini, relating to notaries, public, increasing the amount of certain fees. HB 282, Swanson, sponsored by Hancock, relating to the issuance of specialty license plates for Gold Star family members and recipients of certain Texas military awards. Committee substitute.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1070 was postponed.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion granted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1070. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1070 by Hughes relating to the Interstate Voter Registration Cross-Check Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Please, for what purpose?
I rise again to raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1070 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the bill analysis is still misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Please raises a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 2960 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds of the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or materially misleading. The complained of statement in the sentence, however, some say the costs associated with ERIC participation have outweighed the benefits. Ms. Please argues that this statement is not objectifiably verifiable and that there are no other factual statements in the background and purpose from which a reasonable inference may be drawn to support the statement. As the chair has repeatedly held, under both longstanding doctrine and recent guidance, a vague statement such as "some say," with no other supporting factual statement is plainly an unverifiable statement of opinion, and the chair has no alternative but to sustain the objection. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair recognizes Mr. Burns for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Land and Resource Management to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W4.14 Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members of the motion's objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Capital Commission Bible Study. There are only 2 left in the whole session. It's today, room 3W9. It's upstairs over the Speaker's office from noon to 2 p.m.
Come and go. Great food, great barbecue, good fellowship, Bible study. Come and go between noon and 2. Hope to see y'all there.
Members, we're about to begin today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Elections will meet today upon adjournment at desk 34 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred in committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 28. The clerk read the bill.
SB 28 by Perry relating to financial assistance provided and programs administered by the Texas Water Development Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is Senate Bill 28, the big water bill that Senator Perry and I have been working on. It creates an umbrella fund called the Texas Water Fund, which Texas Water Development Board will have the flexibility to route financial assistance through existing and some new programs that they have. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 28. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. King and Uvalde voting aye. Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 8 nays. SB 28 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1397. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1397 by Schwertner relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank a few people for their work on this bill. First, my Chief of Staff, George Ann Palmer, for their countless hours of work on this bill throughout the interim and the session. I'd also like to thank Speaker's staff, Sunset staff, Vice Chair Holland, and my fellow commission members for their efforts. I look forward to continue to work on the issues that are important to the members of this body, like cumulative effects, expanding the robust air monitoring network, and ensuring that the agency will lead with transparency and access for the public.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
The gentleman yield.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Bell, thank you for your work on this. I know that you've put a lot of work into the TCEQ Sunset Bill, and I know yesterday you addressed some issues and questions about standing. So I wanted to ask you a few questions about standing. Is the EPA currently investigating the adequacy of Texas implementation of delegated federal air and wastewater permitting programs?
The TCEQ does have the authority by the EPA to do so in the state of Texas.
And is the EPA examining whether standing to obtain a contested case hearing improperly limits who may obtain judicial review of a TCEQ decision?
Representative Goodwin, I'm unadvised of whether or not the EPA is investigating that with the TCEQ.
Is the standard for who has standing to request a contested case hearing the same as the standard for standing in federal court? For example, would a person have standing to request a hearing if they fish regularly in waters near a proposed wastewater discharge point?
Requesters must be personally affected by the permit decision, and that granting of the permit would specifically affect the requester in ways not shared by the general public, and that's called a personal justificable interest. If the request made on behalf of an association or another group, requests must ID one or more members who have standing and state how the interest that that group seeks to protect is relevant to its purpose.
Okay, would a resident of an assisted living facility have standing if they live next to a concrete batch plant?
I'm unadvised.
How about the owner of the assisted living facility?
Once again, I am not advised of whether or not they would be considered in a contested case, to receive a contested case hearing. That affected person may request, if they are affected, a CCH to challenge the ED's decision on the application itself.
To have standing to request a contested case hearing, do you have to be a property owner?
That is correct.
All right, thank you for answering these questions. Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Would you please reduce, or I move to reduce to writing all the discussion on Senate Bill 1397 and put in the journal?
Members heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1397. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Holland voting aye. Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 2 nays. SB 1397 is finally passed. The chair is down on third reading. SB 1414. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1414 by Johnson, relating to the regulation of the practice of veterinary medicine by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the sunset bill for the vet board.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Stuckey, for what purpose?
Would he allow me to ask a few questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Holland, it's my understanding this will be temporary and that the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation will oversee the board for hopefully 4 years and then they go back to the same position they have today?
Dr. Stuckey, it is the full intention of the Sunset Commission to make the 4-year move to TDLR temporary and back to an autonomous agency standalone at that time.
Thank you, sir. Is it also the intent not to raise the licensing fee, yearly fee to the veterinarians, but to hopefully maintain it at a consistent level where we're at today?
In our conversations with TDLR, it has been communicated to us that it is their intention for the fees on the licensees not to go up.
Thank you very much, Chairman Holland. Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Stuckey, for what purpose?
Can we reduce that to writing and put it in the record, please?
Members, you heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1414. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 2 nays, SB 1414 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1424. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1424 by Perry, relating to the continuation and functions of the State Soil and Water Conservation Board and the Texas Invasive Species Coordinating Committee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the sunset bill for the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board. We adopt sunset recommendations to the bill, including several changes to improve the agency's grant administration and management practices related to the dam structural repair grant program. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1424. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Clardy voting aye, Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 3 nays. SB 1424 is finally passed. The chair lays on third reading SB 1659. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1659 by Schwertner, relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the sunset scheduling bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1659. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Holland voting aye, Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 8 nays. SB 1659 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1727. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1727 by Schwertner, relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and the functions of the Office of Independent Ombudsman for the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, this is TJJD Sunsets. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1727. This record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 2 nays. SB 1727 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2592. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2592 by Paxton, relating to the Lavaca-Navidad River Authority, following the recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, altering terms of the Board of Directors, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the Lavaca-Navidad River Authority Sunset Bill. This will help us strengthen policies and procedures to ensure it manages various administrative practices, changes the board members to 4 terms. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2592. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Clardy voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 3 nays, SB 2592 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 994. The clerk read the bill.
SB 994 by Schwertner relating to the declaration of a candidate's ineligibility on the basis of a failure to pay a filing fee or submit a petition in lieu of a filing fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday, allowing the Secretary of State to remove a candidate for failing to pay a filing fee. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 994. There's a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 51 nays, SB 994 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1076. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1076 by King relating to the deadline for approving a certificate of public convenience and necessity for certain transmission projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is the bill that creates the fund over at the Attorney General's office to compensate landowners that are subject to damage from car chases and those types of things due to the border activities the state is doing in those counties down there. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1076. If this record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1076 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2186. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2186 by Zaffarini relating to the manner of executing certain anatomical gift records.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that relates to anatomical donations by a person who signed on behalf of others to do so in front of a notary. Move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2186. This is the record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes and 29 nays, SB 2186 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1133. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1133 by Blanco relating to a grant program to compensate certain property owners for damages caused by criminal activities.
The chair recognizes Mr. King Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that sets up the compensation fund at the Attorney General's office to compensate landowners that are victims of human smuggling, car crashes, and those types of things. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1133. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. King and Uvalde voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 144 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1133 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2538. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2538 by Creighton relating to limitations on the automatic admission of undergraduate students to general academic teaching institutions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the University of Texas bill to allow them to continue with their admission practices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2538. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. SB 2538 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 621. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 621 by Parker relating to the position of Chief Information Security Officer in the Department of Information Resources.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 621 codifies the position of Chief Information Security Officer at DIR. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes, 1 nay. SB 621 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2139. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2139 by Parker relating to the creation of the Opportunity High School Diploma Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes the Opportunity High School program, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2139. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 3 nays. SB 2139 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 849. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 849 by Blanco relating to the continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the El Paso County Hospital District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is El Paso specific, but the language here is the same language. If you have an LPPF, this is the same language that you have for continuing their operations. So this mirrors every other one in the state, although this is specific to El Paso. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 849. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. There being 106 ayes, 34 nays, SB 849 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 599. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 599 by Birdwell relating to the carrying or possession of a handgun by a district clerk and the issuance of a handgun license to a district clerk.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 599 allows county and district clerks to carry the courthouse. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 599. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 53 nays, SB 599 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 61. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 61 by Zaffarini relating to the methods by which the comptroller may provide notice of a hearing on the revocation or suspension or of the revocation or suspension of a permit or license.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday that has to do with methods by which the comptroller may provide notices of hearings. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 61. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. SB 61 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 576. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 576 by Menendez relating to the definition of exploitation for purposes of investigating reports of exploitation by certain providers against certain elderly individuals and individuals with disabilities receiving services from those providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill protects the elderly from financial exploitation and abuse. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 576. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. SB 576 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 728. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 728 by Huffman relating to the reporting of mental health and intellectual disability information with respect to certain children for purposes of a federal firearm background check.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's my honor to lay out for your consideration on third reading Senate Bill 728 by Senator Huffman. Members, this bill was the first bill passed out of the Texas Senate this session pursuant to one of the governor's emergency items relating to school safety. This bill was passed 31-0 out of the Senate. Members, I do want to, if you'll allow me to be serious just for a second. Members, this bill is in response to much of the gun violence that we've seen in the state of Texas across in recent years. As the state representative for the city of Allen, who, as you know, just experienced a terrible tragedy in our backyard last weekend. In response to that, there are many individuals and many groups who as first response, and they tell us to do something, just do something. They want us to do something, and I've always kind of resisted just doing something because I think that we should do the right thing. We should be interested in being careful and safely guarding our Second Amendment rights, but also doing the right things that can curb unnecessary and tragic gun violence. And I believe that this is one of those bills, members. The reason that the Senate passed this bill out 31-0 is because this bill is smartly crafted. It's pursuant to the federal law that was passed this past summer. This is simply allowing our federal and state databases to be linked. It is not changing state law or federal law at all with respect to who can or cannot hold or own firearms. This is simply linking the federal and the state and the local systems so that the right people are allowed to continue to own firearms, and those who should not be allowed pursuant to existing state and federal law to own firearms are prevented from doing so. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 728. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 116 ayes and 28 nays. SB 728 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 798. The clerk read the bill.
SB 798 by Middleton, relating to the certification requirements for a public school counselor.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 798 makes it easier to hire school counselors in Texas public schools, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 798. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 52 nays, SB 798 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 821. The clerk read the bill.
SB 821 by Nichols, relating to the review by the Sunset Advisory Commission of the sale of personal data by state agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 821 continues the work began last session on data privacy by adding criteria to the Sunset Act to help ensure citizens' personal data is being protected. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 821. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 821 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 975. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 975 by Menendez, relating to the procedures for the issuance of a personal identification certificate to a person whose driver's license is surrendered.
The chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will help ensure that elderly Texans who no longer drive are not disenfranchised from the voting process. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 975. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. DeRazio voting aye. Have all members voted? 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 975 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1179. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1179 by Perry, relating to sexually violent predators and the prosecution of certain offenses involving prohibited items at correctional or civil commitment facilities, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the TCCO omnibus bill, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1179. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cassell voting aye. Make that. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 2 nays. SB 1179 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1080. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1080 by Colcourse, relating to a mitigation program and fees for the Lost Pines Groundwater Conservation District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1080 is a local bill that authorizes Lost Pines Groundwater Conservation District to establish a well mitigation program. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1080 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1516. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1516 by King, relating to the procedures for an application for a writ of habeas corpus and the issuance of the writ.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this brings habeas corpus proceedings into current law and practice. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1516. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1516 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1849. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1849 by Colcourse, relating to the establishment of an interagency child protection database.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a single search engine for 4 of our state agencies' do not hire registries. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1849. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1849 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1794. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1794 by Menendez, relating to conditions imposed on an emergency services district that includes territory in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1794 allows emergency service districts to acquire the necessary equipment they need to carry out their first responder duties. This bill is bracketed to Bexar County.
Mr. Toast, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Can you clarify that this is to help unincorporated areas, correct?
Yes, that's correct. This
Where
is to ensure
they're not allowed to issue a bond so that they can create additional fire
Correct.
departments and so on and so forth, correct?
This is ensuring that emergency services districts have the opportunity to, purchase new fire trucks, build new fire stations out in the rural, unincorporated areas outside of the municipality.
Can you tell us about the relationship to this in San Antonio?
So currently, ESDs located in Bexar County are required to get permission from the City of San Antonio City
And they're
Council.
not giving them permission, are they?
They are receiving permission, but not on a timely manner, was their concern, and so the ESDs asked me to move forward with this to remove that.
So does it put
requirement.
these people at risk in these unincorporated areas of not having the type of emergency services necessary?
There is potential if they're not allowed to build their fire station in a timely manner or purchase their fire trucks, then yes, it could impact first responder service response time.
Thank you very much.
I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1794. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 12 nays, SB 1794 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 786 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 786 by Birdwell, relating to the regulation by the Railroad Commission of Texas of closed-loop geothermal injection wells.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 786 seeks to clear up a statutory conflict and create regulatory consistency for jurisdiction over closed-loop geothermal wells, injection wells, by classifying that the Railroad Commission has sole jurisdiction over the closed-loop geothermal wells. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading with SB 786. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 786 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out SB 1245 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1245 by Huffman, relating to contributions to, benefits from, and the administration of the Judicial Retirement System of Texas, Plan 2.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonham to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would establish a new cash balance benefit structure in the Judicial Retirement System 2, just as the legislature did for the ERS plan last session. This would be for new judges starting on or after September the 1st. As a result of Senate Bill 1245, the current contributions would meet the normal cost of benefits and meet statutory standards for actuarial soundness with a funding period of 27 years. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the length of time a retired judge must be off the bench from 12 months to 6 months before being permitted to reestablish membership due to reelection or reappointment. It also restricts a retired judge from reestablishing membership in the retirement system to a single occurrence, and it also makes some technical changes requested by ERS. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Dr. Bonin sends that amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1245. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1245 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out SB 1447 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1447 by Miles relating to a training program for persons investigating suspected child abuse or neglect.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will codify a training program for CPS investigators. AFDPS study on investigative findings reported that 50% of cases were overturned when a parent requested an administrative review. In effect, depositions were changed 50% of the time to poor investigation work. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1447. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 28 nays, SB 1447 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out SCR 2 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 2 by Nichols, concurrent resolution extending the duty of the Comptroller of Public Accounts under Section 7C, Article 8, Texas Constitution to deposit certain tax revenue to the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SCR 2 extends Proposition 7, which provides around a fifth of all funds to TxDOT. This is essential for long-term stable fundings. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of SCR 2. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. SCR 2 is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 15 all joint authors and co-authors for HB 23 who sign on to HB 23 before SB 15 passes the House on third readings adopted by this House.
Members, you have the motions. Objection, chair has unsorted. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
I apologize. SB 62, SB 224, SB 478, SB 490, SB 622, SB 745, SB 820, SB 855, SB 876, SB 895, SB 922, SB 989, SB 1054, SB 1145, SB 1213, SB 1237, SB 1300, SB 1403, SB 1429, SB 1444, SB 1499, SB 1602, SB 1648, SB 1725, SB 1768, SB 2032, SB 2173.
The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
I am. I was looking to go to the restroom, but I'll do that on a break. No, go now.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 15. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 15 by Middleton relating to requiring a student of a public institution of higher education who competes in intercollegiate athletic competitions to do so based on the student's biological sex.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 15 under Rule 8, Section 1A on the ground that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. On behalf of Texas' 227,000 female college athletes, I am honored to bring forward today the Save Women's Sports Act that will codify necessary protections for our college female athletes to ensure their safety, promote fair competition, and uphold the monumental progress of women's athletics that has occurred since the passage of Title IX just over 50 years ago, because our young women deserve to compete on a level playing field. It is not fair that young women are watching their records get broken, accolades taken, and scholarships awarded, not to other women, but to biological men. This bill is about fairness. Senate Bill 15 codifies in Texas statute that when competing in sex-segregated sports, athletes must compete in accordance with their biological sex. Men compete against men, and women compete against women. Last session, Texas codified similar protections for our 7th through 12th grade athletes, and it is now time for Texas to act to protect our collegiate women as well. Currently, 21 states have passed protections for K through 12, and 16 of those states have legal protections in place for female collegiate athletes. Members, it is a scientific fact that the average biological male has a significant advantage in athletic competitions over biological females. The biological differences between boys and girls begin on day one and become exponentially more evident during puberty. Regardless of hormone suppression, male athletes consistently achieve performances 10 to 50% better than comparably fit and trained female athletes. What are a few of these inherent advantages? Males have larger hearts and lungs and a greater concentration of hemoglobin to transport oxygen to the blood, thus increasing aerobic capacity. Males have longer limbs as well as larger and denser skeletal structures with greater bone mass. Males have a much different skeletal structure that does not.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Not at this time. I'll be happy to answer questions after my layout.
Not at this time.
Males have longer limbs as well as larger and denser skeletal structures with greater bone mass. Males have a much different skeletal structure that does not have to account for the birthing of babies. This alone allows a male to statistically outperform a female in athletic competitions that involve running, jumping, and throwing. Adult males have approximately 36% greater muscle mass, jump 25% higher, throw 25% farther, run 11% faster, accelerate 20% faster, and are 30% stronger than females of equivalent stature and mass. This creates an unsafe and dangerous playing environment at all levels of sports, but especially at the collegiate level. And remember, in many sports, there have been adjustments made to account for the strength of men. In volleyball, nets are higher. In baseball, the mound and bases are further away. In golf, tees for men are much further away than for women. Many claim that these advantages are negated by testosterone suppression. This simply is not true. The structural advantages absolutely remain. A 2019 Swedish study found that biological males generally maintained the same level of strength even after a year of testosterone suppression. In the case of C.C. Telfer, who we'll address in a moment, his performance times actually improved in several track and field events after a year of testosterone suppression. According to the British Journal of Sports Medicine, biological men retain a 9% speed advantage over biological women, even while being on testosterone suppression drugs. College females are losing their titles to biological males. Initially, no one wanted to believe that biological males were taking opportunities from women, but they are. You've all heard about Will, now Leah Thomas, who grew up right here in Austin. He was a competitive swimmer who went on to swim in the Ivy League for Penn State. Will competed on the men's team for his first 3 years. He was ranked 462nd in the nation. Then Will decided to become Leah and compete his final year as a female. Identifying as a female, Leah became an NCAA Division I national champion. Another example that has Texas ties, Craig Telfer was an NCAA Division II athlete who ran the men's 400-meter hurdles. He ranked 390th in 2017. But his senior year, Craig decided to compete as Cece and run on the women's team. As Cece Telfer, he won the women's NCAA Division II National Championships in the 400-meter hurdles right here at Texas A&M Kingsville, and unfortunately that spot belonged to Texas A&M Commerce's very own Mina Savard. Another example ran the Big Sky Conference. John Eastwood ran for the University of Montana for 3 years as a male. His senior year, John decided to run as June Eastwood. In the indoor Big Sky 1,600-meter championship, June annihilated the rest of the women to easily win the indoor title. The only thing that kept June from winning a national title was a few weeks later in 2020 when COVID shut all sports down. Otherwise, June was bound to be the first ever biological male to hold an NCAA National Women's Championship. The simple fact is even the boys are outperform women. Allison Felix is the most decorated USA Olympic world record holder ever in history. She's the fastest female in the 400 meters in the U.S. In 2017, 275 high school boys ran the 400 meters faster than Allison Felix ever has. On a positive note, following Will, now Leah Thomas's dominance in the pool, the International Swimming Federation, known as FINA, the organization that administers, what's he saying? Okay. That administers international aquatic
Mr.
sports
Speaker.
competitions.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 15 on the grounds that the background and purpose of the bill analysis is misleading and violates Rule 4, Section 32C1.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for SB 15 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
I'd be happy to answer questions as soon as I finish my layout. Thank you.
Not at this time.
On a positive side, following Will, now Leah Thomas's dominance in the pool, the International Swimming Federation, that's FINA, the organization that administers international aquatic sports competitions, voted to bar biological male athletes from competing in professional women's swimming. Also, to ensure women have access to equal opportunity and fair competition, the World Athletics Council, the international governing body for all athletics, also recently moved to prohibit biological males from competing against women. Competing against males is simply unsafe. Not only do the physical advantages of a biological male create unfair competition, they also can and have put the safety of women at risk. By allowing biological men to compete against women, we're opening our women up to an expanded, unnecessary risk. Just this past October, in North Carolina, a biological male competing on the girls' high school volleyball team spiked a volleyball so hard on the girls' shorter net that it knocked Peyton McNabb out. The hit was so hard that she experienced a severe neck injury, partial paralysis on her right side, long-term concussion symptoms, impaired vision, and constant headaches, as well as anxiety and depression. The biological male who caused the injury posted the video on his highlight reel. Peyton did not join a male team. She did not consent to compete against a biological male, and a biological male who was bigger and stronger than her caused her significant injury in a sport she loved to play, forcing her to give it up for life. Another recent example that happened right here in Texas, in 2022, DeMontre, now known as Avery Satchel, a 25-year-old biological male, received a scholarship to attend Ranger Junior College in Ranger, Texas, to be on the women's cheer team. Got a scholarship. Avery still had intact male genitalia. 3 years prior to the incident at Ranger College, while identifying as a male, DeMontre had been thrown off the Oklahoma State Panhandle cheer team, where he was again cheering as a male after posting a naked photo of a female teammate in the shower and waging a campaign of harassment against other women who objected to his behavior. DeMontre was allowed to stay in the same rooms as biological women, on trips, and shower right next to them, all while posing a significant threat to their safety. That July, DeMontre was kicked out of Ranger Junior College after choking Carly Jones, a 17-year-old, keep in mind he's 25, she's 17, female teammate on the Ranger College cheer team in the dorms after previously verbally harassing her in the communal shower. The district attorney handling the case said, quote, "There definitely was an assault and it could have ostensibly been charged as a Class A misdemeanor." Carly did not join a co-ed team. She did not consent to compete with a biological male. And that biological male, who was older and stronger, assaulted her in a dorm room, forcing her to leave college, quit the sport she loved, and face retaliation from institutions as she sought to cheer elsewhere. Members, I want to be clear. This legislation is not about participation. This legislation is not about restricting anyone's opportunity to casually play sports with their friends in a private league or at a university on a team that matches their biological sex. This legislation is about intercollegiate athletic competition. We are here to ensure that there is fair play at the highest, most competitive levels of college athletics, where millions of dollars in NIL, name, image, likeness deals, and scholarships are on the line. These examples of the differences between men and women and the championships that women have been deprived of due to the participation of biological men are important, but they don't hit at the heart of the collegiate problem. To better understand what is really at stake, I'd like to use the words of Idaho State Representative Barbara Ehart, the first in the nation to pass this legislation. Many of you met her as she's been here to testify multiple times on this legislation. Representative Ehart was both a Division I women's basketball player at Idaho State as well as a 15-year Division I women's basketball coach. Representative Ehart's words explain the problem at the collegiate level best when she said, "In college, we are a repeat and repeat group of coaches. We copy each other a lot. But I promise you, if June Eastwood and Leah Thomas had decided to identify as female their freshman year rather than their senior year, every single coach in their conferences would have been forced to go and recruit a biological male or more than one to encounter the effects of June and Leah. You see, no matter how many times the other side says it's about community, inclusion, and humanity, that simply is not so. Those may be components that are farther down the hierarchy of importance, but the most important component is winning. If winning wasn't the most important thing, then players wouldn't be cut and coaches wouldn't be fired. Winning is the number one most important factor for a college coach to keep their job." End of that quote. Professor Dorian Lamlett Coleman, co-director of Duke's Law Center for Sports and Policy, put it best when she said, if sex classifications are abandoned, female athletes would almost always lose to males. This is as true of athletes at the highest echelons like Serena Williams and Katie Ledecky as it is of development athletes in college. End of that quote. This assertion was proven back in 1998 when Serena and Venus Williams took part in an exhibition match titled The Battle of the Sexes, where Karsten Brach, ranked number 203 among male tennis players, challenged the Williams sisters to an unsanctioned match. Against Serena Williams, Brach quickly raced to a 5-0 lead and closed the match at 6-1. Venus Williams did not fare much better and lost her match 6-2. After the match, Serena said, "I hit shots that would have been winners on the women's tour, and he got to them easily." She also said about a possible match against Andy Murray, the former number one in men's tennis, "Are you kidding me? Men's tennis and women's tennis are two completely different sports. If I were to play him, I'd lose 6-0 within 10 minutes. Men are a lot faster. They serve and hit a lot harder." That quote all from Serena Williams. These are highly decorated and accomplished female athletes who, if forced to compete against equal or significantly less talented male counterparts, would lose every time. Tennis great and noted LGBT activist Martina Navratilova discusses this threat to women's sports, saying, and I quote, "Imagine being a biological female going up against Leah Thomas. A top woman swimmer has to literally be unbelievable to beat an average male swimmer who identifies as female. The hormone suppression therapy doesn't mitigate the advantage they have over biological women." That from Martina Navratilova. A 2023 poll conducted by the University of Texas at Austin found that 68% of Texans support requiring collegiate athletes to compete based on biological sex. 52% of those surveyed strongly support this issue. Senate Bill 15 is about taking a principled stand for Texas women and ensuring that not a single woman loses a scholarship, a roster spot, or a second of playing time to a biological male. We must act now or men will win men's sports and men will win women's sports. Senate Bill 15 is about protecting women from undue physical harm and making sure that all athletic competitions for women are safe and fair. With that, I'm happy to yield for questions.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I'm happy to.
She yields.
Valerie, just a couple of questions for intent and background, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Has the Texas legislature ever previously regulated college sports? Isn't college sport regulation up to the National College Athletics Association, the NCAA, and other collegiate sport organizations? And why should we usurp the authority of these college sports regulatory associations?
Thank you for that question. And in no way does this bill conflict with the NCAA, because the NCAA's policies are permissive, and this bill is about fairness to our 227,000 Texas female athletes who at any one time deserve that fairness. Just think, in 20 years, that will be 1.3 million young women. We have to protect them.
In January 2022, the NCAA announced that it would implement a sport-by-sport approach for regulations of transgender student athletes. Do you know why that is? And does this bill allow for that same sport-by-sport approach, or is it categorically a ban on all trans students' ability to compete in sports based on their gender identity?
Thank you for that question, Representative Gonzalez. And again, we are not telling the NCAA what to do, but we are joining the states across the country who are moving to this policy, who have seen the problem and are now protecting our women, young women athletes, and we do that by having them compete according to biological sex.
So essentially, just to kind of recap what you said, the bill tries to create a one-size-fits-all approach for all college sports, which would ban all transgender students, athletes from ever participating in accordance with who they are. Is that accurate?
Thank you for that question. Again, this sport does not keep anyone from participating. It simply is a common sense answer that says they must all compete by their biological sex.
In the preparation for this piece of legislation, did you speak to any transgender student athletes about how this bill might affect them?
I appreciate that question. Thank you so much. Certainly, we have heard from people, but mostly nobody who was an athlete. Any time that these have been heard in hearings, they're not athletes. And so it would not have an effect on them. But as far as any private conversations, I would not be at liberty to say.
We have heard from multiple transgender men during the committee hearing on May 1st who want to play with boys, men, cisgendered men, and don't want to play women's sports at all. Would this bill force transgender men to play in women's sports?
Well, thank you for that question. I think we need to break that down. Certainly, as you recall, there is a portion of this bill, and it was law long before we had our HB 25 last time, that set this policy for our 7th through 12th grade girls. We've always said for many years in Texas that females can play on a male team if a corresponding team is not offered for them, which makes sense because once we look at it and we all agree the science says that the biological men have this huge advantage, then that girl and her parents, if she's still a minor, we do get a few minors and freshmen in college, they're choosing. They are taking that on and choosing to compete on a men's team. Whereas what we want to stop...
The gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield for a couple of questions?
The gentlelady's time has expired, unless you ask for an extension of time.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady be willing to extend the time?
Members, the question occurs on the extension of time. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Time is extended. Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a couple of questions?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
Certainly.
She
Thank
yields
you.
for questions.
Representative Swanson, I don't know if you're familiar, but I was a college athletic director at one time in my career. Do you know when Title IX passed?
It's almost been 51 years.
51 years, 1972. Do you know that there are still colleges and universities across this great country that are still struggling to provide equal and equivalent opportunities for women to play collegiate sports as they are men?
Yes, I am aware of that problem, and this bill doesn't address that, but I'm certainly supportive of trying to bring more opportunities for women.
Do you believe your bill provides additional insurance that those colleges and universities can continue to meet the legislative intent of Title IX?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
You can't go before the amendments.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you so much. This strikes the enacting clause. In my professional life, I run a youth athletic, academic, and arts league serving over 250,000 students in the great state of Texas. In our league, we allowed students to participate as the gender they identified as until House Bill 25 was passed in 2021. Our inclusive policy was successful, and we never had an issue. Even so, the legislature passed a bill last session in a divided fashion, excluding transgender children from youth sports. As a result, our policy changed as well as UIL's. We created solutions to a problem that didn't exist. And now we are being asked to consider a similar ban and create more solutions, this time for collegiate sports and student athletes. Once again, we are being asked to, quote, save women's sports. But we must ask ourselves, who are we saving and what exactly is it that we are saving them from? There is no research or evidence to suggest that this issue is affecting access and opportunity for Texas women. With Senate Bill 15, we are not saving women's sports from anything. We're not. We're not saving women's sports from a lack of resources and equal funding. In fact, 50 years after Title IX, nearly 60% of opportunities in collegiate sports belong to men, an additional 60,000 opportunities. Women's programs are drastically underfunded in terms of athletic scholarships, with $252 million more spent on men's sports recruiting, with only 30% of spending on women and coaches' compensation, making typically between 19 to 49% of what male coaches do. And women's collegiate sports are chronically underserved by promotional efforts and coverage. Senate Bill 15 does not address this problem. We're not saving women's sports from a lack of training and investment in women's coaches. In fact, we've gone from nearly 90% of women's collegiate teams being coached by women to only 41% today, despite knowing that having women's coaches create positive role models, offers more relevant perspectives, and plays a central role in getting and keeping women involved in sports. This bill does not address this problem. We're not saving women's sports from high rates of sexual assault and harassment. It's not just the famous and high-profile abuse cases or massive lawsuits, but the daily impact of harassment on respect, dignity, and self-worth, and the looming threats and actualities of sexual violence that don't make the news that drastically impact women's college sports. This bill does not address this problem. And let's not forget that each of these disparities I just highlighted are even worse for women of color. In spite of all of that, Senate Bill 15 does nothing to save women's sports. This bill does nothing to support Title IX, and it does nothing to address the real and documented threats to equal access and opportunity in sports. Nothing. Senate Bill 15 is yet again a solution in search of a problem and unworthy of serious consideration by this body. There are so many real issues we must address before this legislative session ends. Instead, we are wasting time on a made-up issue completely unmatched with reality. So here are the facts. When asked if they had ever had a transgender athlete compete now or ever, officials at every four-year public university in Texas that participate in NCAA-sanctioned sports who responded said no. There are no known transgender athletes in Texas college sports, not a one. We were told in committee by the bill author that the Texas colleges, and specifically the University of Texas, were in support of this bill, a claim they were quick to publicly and unequivocally refute. 34 transgender athletes nationwide have competed openly in college sports in the past decade, including at community colleges and junior colleges. Community colleges, junior colleges, Division I, Division II, 34.
No, I'm getting ready to. Okay.
This is published in Outsports. The list does not include a single athlete, not one, who has competed while attending at a university in the state of Texas. The simple truth is the vast majority of female athletes are cisgendered, as are the vast majority of winners of those competitions. There is no epidemic of transgender athletes dominating women's sports. The bill layout didn't reference the state of Texas. The examples were from elsewhere. This is the Texas legislature. The Olympics have had trans-inclusive policy since 2004, but it wasn't until 2021 that a transgender athlete even qualified. And they didn't even make it out of the first round of competition. Again, what is the problem we are trying to solve? And how does that compare with the very real issues this legislation will create? This is yet another bill not based in reality that panders to partisan extremism. Both transgender and cisgender athletes vary in their genetic predispositions. Will we now scrutinize any woman excelling in her sports for being too tall, looking too masculine, or for being too strong or too fast? Women collegiate athletes have worked hard to get to the level of competition they are at. And now under this bill, anyone could take civil action against them because they do not necessarily fulfill any random person's stereotypical ideals of femininity. And to those who say that won't happen, it already does, just as it always has. Why are we adding to this problem while again doing nothing to address the barriers and problems women face in equal opportunity and participation in collegiate sports? This bill also only applies to public universities and not private ones. How does that even make sense when Texas colleges compete together with the NCAA? If it's about protecting women and saving women's sports, why does this bill only apply to public universities? The language in the bill is so loose and so broad that the prohibition applies to any athletic display between teams or individuals, which can include intramural competitions and club sports. This bill will further jeopardize Texas's ability to host NCAA championships by directly contradicting policies with regard to transgender student athletes, meaning all Texas athletes, fans, institutions, and businesses could suffer. Texas has recently hosted the 2017, 2021, and 2023 Women's Final Four, the 2016, 18, and 23 Men's Final Four, the 2012 and 19 Women's Swimming and Diving Championship, the 14 and 19 Men's Swimming and Diving Championship, the 2019 Outdoor Track and Field Championship, and the 2017 and 2018 Indoor Track and Field Championships, just to name some of the recent ones. We will host the 2023 Outdoor Track and Field Championships this summer. How will our ability to host these momentous events be affected by this bill? Members and friends,
Mr. Speaker,
sports are a staple in Texas as much as barbecue and boots.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
When I finish my layout.
In just a moment.
Whether it's a Pop Warner football game, a middle school cheer competition, a D1 collegiate volleyball team, or my Dallas Mavericks, sports make a difference in our lives. Sports teach teamwork, persistence, and leadership. They provide lifelong friendships and mentors, and they lay the foundation of success in all facets of life. That's what makes this bill all the more infuriating. It distracts from the real issues women face, and it does so in the most condescending way possible. If you want to save women's sports, if you want to support Title IX, let's do that. Let's work together. Let's solve those problems that we just outlined, that the Back Mic questions outlined. It's not equal. Let's work to make it equal. Let's do it together. Let's spend our time in this body to ensure our institutions equally fund women's sports programs. Let's do our part to create or support initiatives that develop women's coaches at all levels of competition. And let's take sexual harassment and sexual violence in women's sports seriously. No Texas institution is asking for this bill, as we have seen, as was testified to in committee, as the press has followed up with. Nobody asked for this. We are the higher education committee that oversaw this. Our higher ed institutions have not come to us with this as a concern. Meanwhile, there are real things we can do to support women's sports based on facts, based on credible research, and based on reality. At the end of the day, Senate Bill 15 doesn't do a single one of them. And for that reason, I hope you will vote for this amendment in this bill right here. Let's come back. Let's work on something to help women's sports. There is not one single trans athlete, according to our colleges in the state of Texas now or ever. So we are in search of solving a problem that does not exist. I will pause for questions.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. A lot that you just said. I hope people were listening to that, focusing on what the real issues are here and what real solutions we might have before us, which this bill does not have. But the one thing I want to ask you, did you say that there's not a single instance of a transgender athlete participating in any of the four-year institutions in the state of Texas?
Representative Howard, there's not one now and not one ever when asked. And I want to say, and that's the point that this is a bill that's not dealing with a real issue in this state. But it's also sad because this type of bill, I know there are trans athletes out there that want to aspire to compete. And this is a bill that says you're not welcomed in this state.
So just to reiterate, just making sure everybody hears this, how many transgender athletes participate or have participated in the state of Texas in our four-year institutions? How many?
Look, the Statesman tried to track this down. It was asked if the bill author had contacted the colleges to find out. The answer was no. The Statesman did the research. They contacted them all. All but two institutions responded, and they said not now or ever have they had a trans athlete.
Not one.
Not one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Busey. I'm really trying to understand. This is the first time I've been to the back mic this session, and it's because I'm concerned about accurate information. I'm really trying to understand what your position is here. Is it your position that, according to you, because this has not yet occurred in Texas, but has happened in other states, that Texas should wait for it to happen here in order for this legislature to act?
My position, I would say, is twofold. One, this isn't happening in Texas. We're the Texas legislature. We need to solve the problems of Texas. Two, I don't think trans athletes in sports is a problem. And so not only are we, quote unquote, saving
okay,
women.
let me stop you there and ask you, are there, in other states, are there biological males that are playing in female sports and women's sports?
Yeah, as I laid out, there are 37 known cases throughout the country in the history.
37.
37.
Okay, so the answer to your question is
that's
is yes.
Trans athletes that may
yes,
not all
there
be
are
biological
other instances where biological males are competing against biological females. Is that accurate?
Based on their birth, yes, I would say so.
Biological males are competing, or attempting to compete against. Okay, let me ask you, genuinely, I want to know your answer to this. As I try to wrap my arms around this issue, is to you, is it fair for a biological male to compete against a biological female?
I think if they are trans, you're talking about a trans woman competing against.
Is it fair for a biological male to compete against a biological female?
I think it is fair for a trans woman to compete in women's sports.
Is it fair for a biological male at birth to compete against a biological female?
If they are now a trans woman and have been, yes, I think that is fair. If they are a trans woman, yes. And if we need to solve something, let's look at how the Olympics have done it. I don't have all those details in front of me. Let's look at ways to make sure we keep it fair.
I think that I have a daughter. You have two daughters, correct?
Yes, I do.
And I have a daughter as well, Charlotte. She's 12. And I don't know if Charlotte's going to continue playing athletics. She plays volleyball and basketball. I'm trying to get her into golf, and she might decide to pursue collegiate athletics. She might not. But Representative Busey, as a father to two young girls, and as a father to a young daughter myself, I'm struggling with this question. If Charlotte does in fact continue to put in all of the effort and all of the training, all of the work that it takes to become a collegiate athlete, and she tries out for a team or she attempts to get onto a collegiate team and her spot is taken by a biological male, what do I tell my daughter? What do I tell Charlotte when she comes to me and said, Dad, this doesn't seem fair. This doesn't seem fair that a biological male has taken my spot on the team.
Well, I guess in my example, what I would talk to my daughters about is, I want you to play.
No, her spot has been taken on the team, and she says, Dad, this doesn't seem fair. I want to know from your perspective, as a father to two young girls, what's your advice to me as a dad? What do I tell my daughter in that situation?
I would say it's fair to everyone to get to compete, and I want that trans athlete to be included also. That's what I would say, and we're going to work at it, and we're going to keep trying, and we're going to give our best effort, and we don't always succeed. Just as I've ran for this office and lost before, we don't always succeed.
A biological male that I think you and I could agree that is by the very nature of him being a biological male has different bone structure, different muscle structure. He's faster, he's stronger, he's taller, and he has taken her spot on a team because he is physically able to perform better than she is. But he is still a biological male, and she's a biological female, and she has lost her spot on the team to him. What do I tell her? How is that fair? How is it the pro-women's position, Representative Busey, to allow men to take women's spots on the team?
Well, I think the dialogue is wrong. We're talking about trans women, not men. I think that needs to be corrected at the top. Two, are you talking about at the collegiate level, or are you talking about at the high school level?
Well, I'm really talking about all levels, but this bill specifically applies to the collegiate level.
Sure.
So tell me about the collegiate level.
Well, I think those are athletes competing at the highest level, and they need to compete at the highest level. And if that's against anybody, then compete and earn your spot. And compete at the highest level, and we will come out and we will support you.
But
and you
don't
will
we
learn
expect,
teamwork.
Representative Busey, don't we expect the rules of engagement, the rules of the sport, of the contest to be fair? Is that not underlying all of our athletic competitions at every level? Is fairness not a fundamental requirement for fair sports?
I think
for good sports.
All women, trans women, cis women, can compete together. They can learn teamwork. They can learn camaraderie. They can learn friendship. They can learn how to win together, compete together, lose together, and they will benefit from that. And I don't want to exclude any part of our society from having the ability to compete at that level.
I just cannot believe it is the pro-women's position for us to allow such unfairness, such fundamental unfairness, so as to allow biological men to take their spots, to compete against them, to win all the awards, to essentially write them out of fair competition. I cannot believe that is the pro-women's spot. And according to you, there's nothing I could tell my daughter that would help her make sense of it.
Well, so according to me, your daughter, I believe you said, is 12. I have young daughters. We've already banned this, unfortunately, in high school sports, but as someone that's run a high school sports league for 16 years, for the last handful of those years that allowed it, we did not have these challenges. It happened. Teamwork was built, camaraderie was built. People didn't feel excluded, they felt included. Including more people, having the whole community get to participate was a lesson well learned. And I hope my daughters learn that same lesson. Let's not push people out because they may be better. Let's bring people in and work together, as we do on some days on this floor really well when we work.
Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes,
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Busey, I was listening to the exchange that you had with Representative Leach, and I want to make sure I have a correct understanding of some of your responses. When he asked you if it was okay for a male to compete against a woman, your answer was that you believe it's fair for a trans woman to compete against other women, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I believe in an inclusive Texas, and I believe in that.
Okay, but you would not agree that a man should compete against a woman?
I think, one, this bill isn't directly addressing that. Two, we've done that historically in sports.
Okay.
And
So you would,
that's fine, yes.
Okay, so you
I'm
would-
trying to protect trans women's rights to get to be inclusive in our state.
Okay, I think
that's
I
what I'm
understand
going
you.
for
So
here.
you would acknowledge that there's a place for women's competition and for men's competition. You're okay with those distinctions?
Yes.
Okay.
I am not okay with discriminating against trans women in the state
Okay.
of Texas.
So I'm an athletic director, and I have the men's competition and the women's competition, and you believe that a trans woman can compete with the women, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm the athletic director, and I have students that I have to send one way or the other, and I need to make this distinction. Can you tell me?
No, the individual makes that distinction,
Okay.
sir. The individual determines who they are in life and who they
Okay.
will be. We
Okay.
don't make that as a state. We don't make that as an athletic director. That is up to the individual.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Will you please extend the time, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Schaefer moves to extend the gentleman's time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Time extended.
Okay, so as I was saying, you both agree male competition, women competition, correct? And
Yes.
you allow for the what you say is a trans woman to compete against the women, correct?
Yes. Well, I
Okay.
don't now because we banned it.
Okay. What is a woman?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
What is a woman?
What part of this bill are you referring to with this question?
I'm asking you to answer the definitive nature of your statement. You've asserted from the front mic multiple
when a woman
times.
tells me they're a woman, I know they're a woman because I trust them to give me that answer.
So can you define a woman?
I just did. When they tell me they're a woman, then they're a woman. It's
But
not for me.
can you
to go
define
around. I
that
just
without-
did. That's my answer to you.
Mr. Busey, can you define it without using the word? Because for you to say a woman is not a definition. I'm asking you to define the term without using the word.
I
because
trust
if we're in
you to
positions
tell
of
me
leader-
what gender you are, and I trust everybody on this floor to tell me what gender they are, or to not tell me because it's none of my business.
Okay, so if I just decide that I'm a woman, then I can go compete against the women.
I trust
Because you
trans
trust me to make that
women
decision.
to make that decision.
You
Yes,
trust
sir,
me
I
to
do.
make that decision?
Yes, sir, I do.
So you would think it would be okay
I believe
for
in a
me.
Texas that's inclusive, sir.
So I just want to understand that your definition of a woman is that it is whatever anyone says it is.
I trust people. I trust them to be who they are in their own body. I
Okay,
trust
so
them to get
it's-
to be a part of this society. I do not support legislation that discriminates people getting to be included with all of us in the great state of Texas.
So if a person who has asserted to the whole world that they are a man, and now they've graduated high school and they're a freshman, and they decide they want to go play basketball, but they couldn't make the men's team, can they go to the athletic director at their university and say, I'm a woman, I'm trying out for the women's basketball team?
I don't think that's how any of the regulation works. What are you? Can you point to something you're talking about?
By your
Are
definition,
you just talking
that's
hypotheticals? You're talking about something in this bill. You're coming up with scenarios, try to get me to change my answer on something. I'm going to trust trans people in the state of Texas.
Well, we actually have people that are in charge of these universities who have to make these decisions.
And you don't trust them to do so, right?
Well,
so you want to pass a
trust
bill
them to do
telling them
so,
what to do.
But as lawmakers, we're charged with giving them clear guidance. We want to give them clear guidance about what the law is. And so, again, I'm going to ask you, what is a woman?
Did you not like my answer the first 5 or 6 or 7 times you asked that question, sir?
But you need to be able to define that. So if you have a
Why
person
do I
who's
need
claimed
it? This
to
isn't
be,
my bill. Why do
But
I need to define
if
that?
you have a person who has claimed to be a man their entire life and comes into college and now wants to compete against the women, doesn't the athletic director need to know what a woman is?
This is a made-up falsehood based on nothing happening in this country or in this state. You can't point to an example, and you sure
think
can't
this
point
is
to
a
an example in the state of
question-
Texas, and I trust our colleges to handle that, and they don't need to be regulated on issues that aren't happening.
I think this
I'm also not the bill author, and you're asking me to define things in a bad bill. I'm not going to do it.
I think this is a question, wouldn't you agree, rooted in science and biology, that you should be able to answer from the front microphone what a woman is.
Wait, is this a science and biology bill? Is that what we're talking about here? Is that what's before us?
I think you're having
Are you
trouble
asking
with the
questions
basic
about this
definitions
bill or
of
my
Mr.
amendment?
Busey.
You want to read my amendment, sir? I don't think it has to deal with that.
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes, the gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Thank you. So, Representative Busey, do you believe that there are differences in male body composition, biological male body composition, and biological female composition?
Well, what are we talking about, at birth?
At any stage of life.
Do I believe that there are differences between men and women? Yes. Yeah.
Did you know that male athletes are on average 15.7% heavier than female athletes?
Is that true after they've transitioned and gone through treatments and hormone?
Absolutely. Did you know that male athletes are 7.4% taller
What's your source on that?
than female athletes? This is actually from a study on Baylor College of Medicine in 2021.
And you're looking at what now?
A study from the Baylor College of Medicine. So, to answer my question, do you know that male athletes are 7.4% taller than female athletes as well? On average.
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Are you aware that male athletes are on average 7.4% taller than female athletes?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, it's a known fact. Do you believe that having biological males compete in women's sports provides more or less opportunities for our daughters?
I believe that having trans women not be discriminated against and compete in women's sports provides more opportunity for the children and young adults of the state of Texas.
Here's a better question. Do you believe it's fair for a biological man, because that's who we're talking about, to receive a scholarship that would have otherwise gone to a biological woman?
I believe that trans women should be allowed to compete in the state of Texas at all levels, and that the colleges are handling this issue just fine.
I believe they should be able to compete as well in their biological sexes competition. Do you believe that biological males should be able to enter our daughters' locker rooms?
I believe that trans women should be treated equally and that the state of Texas should not discriminate against any Texan.
So just to clarify, you believe that biological males should be able to enter our daughters' locker rooms
I
and
believe
undress
that
in front
trans
of them?
women should not be discriminated against by this body or by this state.
Just to clarify, what you're saying is you believe that biological men should be able to undress in a locker room in front of our daughters.
I believe that the state of Texas should never condone discrimination, including against trans women in the state of Texas.
And do you believe that to be the case in all sports, that biological men should be able to compete against biological women in all sports?
We should not discriminate against trans women in the state of Texas. We shouldn't do it from this front mic or from the back mic, and we shouldn't do it in the laws we pass. And we're in danger of doing that today.
Just to clarify, let's just indulge me for a moment. You believe that biological men should be able to compete against our young women in basketball?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear the question.
You believe that biological men should be able to compete against biological women in basketball?
I believe that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports.
How about wrestling?
I believe that you mean women, men, height? I mean, I run a youth sports league. We have wrestling. Wrestling's based on height. It's based on weight.
Okay.
You've got weight classes. I believe it's 15
How
levels.
about in
You're
boxing?
the wrestling expert, though, from the back.
How about in boxing? You think that a biological man should be able to beat up on a girl inside of a ring?
I'm sorry, you want a man to beat up on a girl?
That's what I'm asking.
No, I don't
do you
think a
believe
man
that?
should beat up on a girl. No, I do not think that.
So you would have believed that
I
we
believe
shouldn't
that
allow.
trans women should be able to compete in any and all sports of women's
So
sports.
you don't acknowledge
but I don't
that-
believe adult men should be beating up on girls.
You
which is
don't
what I think
acknowledge
just
that
asked
your
about.
definition of a trans woman is, in fact, a biological man who's going through transition.
My definition of a trans woman is a trans woman. She
Right,
tells
a
me she's a
biological
trans
male.
woman, then I'm going to trust her and I'm not going to discriminate against a fellow Texan.
Right. So just to be clear, final question. You believe that a biological man should be able to enter into our daughters' locker rooms, compete against them,
Hold on.
remove
Are you-
their scholarships,
why are you mixing
and take away
men with
opportunities for our
daughters?
daughters?
I don't think adult men should be going into our daughters' locker rooms ever.
I would agree with you on that. I don't think
Well,
biological
then
men should.
is that your question? Because that bill does not deal with adults and children, which is what your question is.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Busey. I'm a biological woman raising
I trust you.
some biological women. And I'd just like to be really clear on what you are asking me to tell them. Should they not be able to compete because a biological man who identifies as a girl has instead taken their place?
I'm asking you to vote for an amendment that strikes the enacting clause. That's what I'm asking you to do right now.
No, sir. What are you asking me to tell my daughters?
Nothing. I'm not telling you how to raise your daughters.
Tell them
I'm
nothing?
asking you to vote for this amendment. And
You're
it's a
asking me to
one-line
tell them-
amendment. I'm happy to read it, although I could get point of ordered if I do that. But I'm asking you to vote for this amendment. If you want to go tell your daughters that's what I asked. I asked you to vote for this amendment to strike the enacting clause.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. On behalf of every young woman seeking fair competition in collegiate sports, I respectfully oppose this amendment.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I want to ask a question after she finishes
Yes, ma'am.
her response, please, if Mr. Speaker, if that's okay.
I respectfully oppose this amendment because it kills the bill. Please vote no.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Absolutely.
She yields.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I missed this part of your layout, but my question deals with how does this bill interact with the public universities that play other universities out of state who may not have the same provisions as Texas? So I do recall seeing something in your bill about being able to file a complaint with your university.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm okay, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to check and make sure that we were okay to talk about anything about the bill. Since
We
we're on
are
an
because
amendment.
it's striking the enacting
Yes,
clause.
absolutely. Just
Okay.
wanted to confirm that. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you just rephrase your last sentence there?
I'll
your
repeat
question?
it. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm asking you about how does this bill interact with, or how does it correlate with public universities in Texas who play out-of-state universities who may not have a similar provision in place? Because I recall there was something in there where a student or anyone could file a complaint against a public university who allows their athletes to play against another team where an individual may not be with their biological sex, maybe a trans individual.
Thank you, Representative Collier. I think that's an excellent question. I appreciate being able to clarify that. This bill does not affect what the NCAA does. So schools in other states that have not enacted this bill will still be able to have biological men on their teams. But we feel like in Texas, we must protect our girls. They will be protected, of course, when they play against other Texas teams. They'll be protected from losing their spots, their scholarships. And the trend this bill is part of the trend. And as we continue the trend, we will see more and more states enacting laws like this. And I feel like schools will begin to say, as we've seen in high schools around this state, in private schools and all, they're going to protect their women and start refusing to play some of these schools.
So I want to make sure I understand what your answer, your response. So what I heard was it has no impact on how public universities in Texas interact or have competition with out-of-state universities and schools. Is that right?
Let me clarify that just a little bit. If the Texas school hosted their own competition, some kind of tournament, swim meet, then they can have whatever rules they want, and that does not conflict with NCAA. Again, you may have missed it, but NCAA policies are permissive, and when a school puts on their own competition, they can set the rules. So that would take care of that. When they play against these other schools, the other schools will have to go by their state laws. But again, we are part of Standing Up, and this is momentum that is spreading across the nation to protect
I'm only
young
asking
women.
for clarity, though, because I want to make sure that if the universities are going to comply, they know what they're complying with. So again, if there is an out-of-state competition, because you're saying, does this only apply in the state of Texas? So if the student who is here in Texas and is asked to play out of state, and they do not have any provisions in place like the one you're trying to pass, is that student obligated to play in that or participate in that game, or can they withdraw, or they can raise your bill as the exemption as to why they do not participate, and would the university forfeit that game?
Thank you. Let me clarify. Certainly, we're not taking away any school or athletes a privilege of refusing to participate, but the Texas school would not be able to force the out-of-state school to change in who they allow to participate. Again, the momentum, I believe, is clearly going our way, and we are going to put an example that Texas stands up for our young women, and I think that it will begin to be less and less of a problem.
Okay, I don't think I got a clear answer, because is it yes or no? I mean, are they obligated to participate in the out-of-state competition even though they are in a violation of your bill? Or would they be open to...
The schools from the other states would not be in violation because they are not
I'm talking about
Texas public
Texas
schools.
I'm only talking about Texas.
They can choose. This bill would not affect their ability to play.
Okay, so if the team that they're competing against does not have a provision in place like the one you're trying to implement, Texas schools would not be in violation or open to a complaint.
Correct.
If their students participated in that competition.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to, that's all I was asking. Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I'd like to have the comments reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members of the motion to object, and the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm a former NCAA champion a whole bunch of times. I've competed all around the country and all over the world. I've not once competed against a transgender woman, ever. I also represented the United States at the World University Games, the Goodwill Games, the Pan Am Games, and all other kind of games. In Zagreb, Yugoslavia, and I can't even remember all the places I've been representing this great country and the University of Houston, and never, ever competed against a transgender woman. So I actually think this bill is regulating something that doesn't exist. So I support this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We had a lot of back and forth, as I said over and over. I believe Texas can do better. Let's not discriminate against trans women. Let's build an inclusive Texas for all. I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Busey voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Ms. Click voting nay. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Ms. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 51 ayes and 92 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I request that all all of the dialogue on SB 15 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal, please.
Members have the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, not every student with an interest in sports wants to be a varsity athlete, but many do not want to give up playing their sport entirely, or schools do not offer a varsity level team for sports they are interested in. Many schools offer club sports as a way for students to still be involved in athletics without having the varsity or NCAA level of commitment. Clubs and intramural sports are almost entirely regulated by the school and usually paid for by the student in the club. These sports are not subject to the same regulations as NCAA sports or as competitive with championships and trophies because for the most part, they're open to all students. This bill would change that open to all policy that most clubs and sports teams have and force school clubs to turn away students. By keeping transgender students from being able to play on a club of any kind or sports match between any universities, even though they are not governed by the major regulating body, this bill seeks to deprive transgender students entirely of all benefits of college sports. This amendment would ensure that all club and intramural sports can still allow transgender students to participate while NCAA and other intercollegiate athletic competitions at the highest level will still be regulated by this bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shea, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will yield for questions.
Representative, if I understand your amendment correctly, this would make it apply. This would exclude competition for intramurals and club sports, correct?
Say that one more time, please.
Your amendment excludes intramural competition and club sport competition from this bill, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think that there should be intramural competition for women and men?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how would you make that distinction?
I think that when it comes to this conversation and this legislation, this is particularly about trans women. And when it comes to trans women, I would include them as part of being a woman.
Okay, how do you define a trans woman?
I think that you should consult a dictionary and talk to some more subject matter experts. Right now, I'm offering an amendment.
You're the author of the amendment, so I'm trying to understand if you want to make it so that trans women can participate.
Mr. Schaefer, please confine your comments and questions to the amendment.
Your amendment wants to make it so that intramural competition is not part of this bill, correct?
Correct.
And
it has been mentioned often. It has been mentioned actually by the author of this legislation that this is only related to the highest levels of competition. My amendment offers the opportunity for intramural sports to not be included in this bill and actually addressing what the author has said on countless occasions in this layout.
So can you define for me who would be able to compete under your amendment?
I think that, as I've stated before, that's usually up to the university at this time. When it comes to intramural sports.
But they're going to have to follow the law that we write here. So when they're trying to determine who this bill applies to and who it doesn't, how will they make that distinction?
This amendment.
Mr. Schaefer, you referred to the bill. Please ask your questions referring to the amendment.
I am referring specifically to his amendment. I know Mr. Brady doesn't like the
Mr. Schaefer,
conversation.
Please confine your comments to the amendment.
Under your amendment, how will the school officials determine who the bill applies to and who doesn't?
I think that is up to the university. All I'm doing with this amendment is making sure that intramural sports are not a part of this bill, as I've stated before.
Again, the university officials have
I can
to make
continue
a
to say the same
decision
thing
on which individuals the bill applies to and which would apply under your amendment. How will they know who it applies to?
I think that's a conversation that you need to have with the universities that offer this sport. Again, this amendment only simply works to remove intramural sports from this conversation, which we've often talked about NCAA sports, and we're talking about the highest levels of competition. We do not want to remove all parts of transgender individuals from being able to participate at any level of collegiate sports. That is all this amendment is doing, sir.
How will the officials know that it's a transgender individual?
I think you'll have to talk to the rule-making individuals. I'm sorry, I do not have the answer to that question at this time.
You can't provide a definition
All I
for
want
them?
to do is make sure that individuals, we do not remove intramural sports from people being able to participate in intramural sports.
Can you define for me this class of individuals? Because you're making a distinction now between these two types of sports. On what basis will the school officials be able to determine that your amendment applies?
While I appreciate the diversification of you asking me the same question, it's still the same answer. All I want to do is make sure that intramural sports are not a part of this bill, sir.
I don't think you answered my question, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I
the
will yield for
gentleman will
questions.
yield.
Yes, so your amendment simply says that intramural sports would not be included in this bill prohibiting transgender individuals from competing in university and college sports, correct?
That is correct. As this bill is written right now, it prohibits transgender athletes from competing in any intercollegial teams that aligns with their gender identity. This would include club sports and any kind of sports games or exhibition between different universities.
So, and you're aware, obviously, that, intramural sports and club sports are very different from those, and they do often compete against other intramural or club sports from other universities, correct?
That is correct. And when we talk about this bill, we oftentimes have heard on both sides of this argument about fairness. Sometimes this is just about being able to get together and play sports and have those opportunities on campus. And so what I want to make sure is that we do not have this limiting legislation impacting that very important piece of intramural activity, which is often team building and not as competitive as the NCAA level of competition that this bill is seeking to address, as stated by the author and many in support of this legislation.
Well, I think your amendment is great because it offers opportunities for all athletes to play at other levels and not be prohibited as this bill would do, correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
really
much for your
appreciate it.
amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, fair is fair, whether you're competing in the NCAA or in an intramural competition. I oppose this amendment and request that you vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Jones to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I close.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment by Representative Jones. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Leach voting nay. Show Representative Swanson voting nay. Representative Johnson of Dallas voting aye. You're on there. Have all voted. There being 59 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill as written does not include any exceptions for intersex individuals. These are individuals whose sex is the way that they're born, is they're neither completely male nor female. So what it means is these students would be completely cut off from any opportunity to compete at the intercollegiate level if the bill stays as written. So this amendment would insert a definition for an intersex student as status of having been born with variations in the individual's sex traits, genetics, or reproductive anatomy that do not fit the binary notions of male or female. So it would provide an exception for intersex athletes to participate in intercollegiate competition that is either designated male or female, or they could compete as females in a mixed sex competition. Members, intersex athletes, people who are born that way, born the way the Creator intended them to be born, should be able to compete if they want to, like any other young student in collegiate sports. So without this exception, intersex students would suffer this discrimination against simply for being the way that they're born. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment doesn't take into effect the performance-enhancing effects of testosterone, which is important in these situations. I respectfully ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this amendment is just for the children who are born a little bit different, and I do urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Rosenthal amendment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Rosenthal voting aye, Representative Leach noting nay, and Representative Swanson voting nay. Have all voted? There being 52 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill as currently written would require transgender male athletes to compete against women in intercollegiate athletics. During the committee hearing in the House, there was testimony from about half a dozen transgender men who have been forced to participate in women's sports because of UIL rules and the discriminatory legislation that we adopted last session pertaining to K through 12 athletes. So there's no reason why a transgender man who wants to participate in men's college sports shouldn't be allowed to do so. Now, some may say it's not safe for trans men to compete in women's sports, but this bill and Texas law still allow for all women to participate in sports that are only offered for men or women. And football is a good example. So right now in Texas, if any person wants to play a contact sport like football, that's their own choice. And there's no reason for us to categorically ban all transgender men from playing college sports as the men that they are. If this bill were really about protecting women's sports, then it wouldn't discriminate against trans men and force them to keep playing women's sports.
Ms. Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
Does
for
the gentleman
some
yield for questions?
Yes, I'll
the
be
gentleman
happy to.
yields.
Thank you. Do you think it's still wrong to ban transgender women from participating in women's sports?
Well, absolutely. I think this bill is misguided, it's misogynistic, it's discriminatory to ban transgender women from playing women's sports as the women that they are. This bill imposes a categorical ban, though, that goes far beyond the sport-by-sport approach endorsed by the NCAA and proposed Title IX regulations. It is based on shoddy science and an overly simplistic and incorrect view of biological sex that is not grounded in science or the reality that all athletes who play sports have varying body types and hormone levels, and transgender student athletes' hormone levels are required under NCAA rules to be in line with those of their sports competitors.
So why are you bringing this amendment that would only protect trans men's ability to play men's sports?
Yeah, and to be clear, I oppose this entire bill. So I'm trying to marginally improve this bill with this amendment. We heard during the committee hearing from over a dozen trans men who have been forced to compete in women's sports because of UIL rules and the law this body passed back in 2021. And it was clear from listening to that testimony that they would do anything to play men's sports and compete as the men that they truly are, even if it means losing more games. This bill simply gives those men a chance to play college sports.
How does this bill require transgender males to compete in women's sports?
That's a great question. So the bill, as written, requires students to compete based on their biological sex, as correctly stated. That's in quotes. That's a quote from the bill language. Biological sex, as correctly stated, on their birth certificate, meaning trans men cannot participate on men's teams even if they want to.
What kinds of exemptions does this amendment allow for?
This amendment will simply provide exemptions for trans men to compete in men's sports against people.
Thank you, Representative Turner, for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Ortega. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully oppose this amendment and ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, sorry for the delay. Again, members, I think this is a common sense amendment. Simply would allow for trans male athletes to compete in athletics, and I would respectfully ask that you vote for this amendment. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Turner Amendment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Turner voting aye, Representative Leach voting nay, Representative Click voting nay, Representative Swanson voting nay. Have all voted. Being 51 ayes and 87 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of
Chair
Dallas.
recognizes Representative Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill seeks to regulate a problem that we have no complaints from here in Texas. We heard athletes flown in from out of state to advocate on behalf of this bill, while student athletes from Texas registered to testify against it. We heard directly from transgender student athletes who have already been harmed and discriminated against by UIL rules and the legislation that we passed last session, including transgender men who have been forced to participate in women's sports. This amendment, it would ensure that none of the regulations placed on Texas intercollegiate athletics would contradict NCAA or NAIA guidelines or the guidelines of other collegiate athletic associations. This body has never before passed laws dictating player eligibility in college sports, and we shouldn't directly contradict the rules that already exist and uniquely disadvantage our public colleges and university. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment does the opposite of the bill, so I would respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez of Dallas to close.
Members, this bill, as currently written, isn't about fair competition or the love of sports. It's discrimination. This amendment dampens the blow by allowing us to at least not directly conflict with NCAA or NAIA rules and does not significantly change the bill. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Gonzalez Amendment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Swanson voting nay, Representative Click voting nay. Have all voted? Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. There being 54 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
Chair recognizes Representative Gomez to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment is very simple in that it simply strikes what seems to be a clause which would allow a person, namely any human being, presumably in the continental United States of America, but the way it's written, it could be any person in the world, to bring an action of civil litigation to allegedly enforce this matter. So I propose, and I'm speaking to my legal minds in this
Speaker,
body.
Representative Tenderholt, for what
there is
purpose?
a point of order according to Rule 11, Section 3, changes the intent of the bill.
Bring a pointer down front, Mr. Tenderholt. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Gomez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I was stating, this amendment is important because as Texans, we need to be sure that only Texans are involved in our issues, especially this one. And I want to be clear, my amendment doesn't address the social issue behind this matter at all. It is purely legal. And I want to paint you a scenario wherein imagine we're 2 nights before the Final Four. You're on the opposing team. and there's someone on the other team that you don't like or that you suspect is stronger, bigger, or more masculine, well, I know what I'm going to do. Maybe I have a bet on the line. I'm going to get somebody to file an injunction against that team. And the way the law is currently written, you can do that. Can you imagine the turmoil, the market chaos, the competitive chaos that this would potentially allow? Absolutely anyone could file an injunction moments before the big day, moments before the championship or the competition. We need to be sure that we don't allow that to happen, irrespective of our motives for or against the legislation. In this case, I am asking that we strike this clause because on a more practical level, any practitioner knows the basic foundation of civil jurisprudence is that you have standing, an actual interest to litigate in a case in order to be involved in litigation. The way the bill is written, this section grants standing to absolutely any human being to intervene and file suit in this matter. And so I'm asking for absolute practical purposes that you vote yes to adopt this amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Flores,
will the gentlewoman yield
Does the gentlewoman
for
yield?
questions?
For questions, yes, ma'am.
She yields.
Thank you. So, Representative Gomez, you mentioned that anybody under this under this bill would be able to file an action, a civil action against a university because, as you said, there could be a bad actor, right? Why would this be problematic again? Please explain.
And you're absolutely correct, Representative. It would allow, as written, any human being to file an injunctive action. So, and I need you to understand, ladies and gentlemen, an injunction is not just a lawsuit asking for damages. It's asking for an immediate, it's like putting a stop sign, an immediate halt to whatever's going on. And I sincerely fear how this tool could be used as a mechanism to really skew our competitive nature at this point in collegiate sports.
And so would there be damages available under this bill?
It's uncertain, but ordinarily, yes. In ordinary Texas rules of procedure, the prevailing party is entitled to damages and an injunction.
So, but even if somebody brought one of these actions, would the university, even if there were no damages found or it was frivolous, the university would still have to pay, wouldn't it, for fees and attorneys' fees and all of that to defend itself against a frivolous lawsuit? Isn't that correct?
It's very concerning, right? This bill doesn't, as written, this statute is very vague and very ambiguous as to what would damages be. They're not statutorily quantified, so we're all up in the air about this, and I'm concerned with the efficacy and the.
Well, does this bill require any proof that the athlete in question is in fact transgender?
And so I'm really glad you brought that up, Representative, because the way the bill is currently written, there is no definition of woman, male, transgender, and there's the way the bill is written and inviting litigation from the universe, the way the bill is written, there's no threshold proof to file or initiate this litigation. So it could be, I suspect that, you know, maybe you have chin hair, maybe your pecs are bigger than mine. I don't know what the requisite proof is as written.
So it would be problematic, wouldn't it, too, also for athletes of color?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's our concern. Again, I know we keep vocalizing this issue of, in Texas, we want to make sure that we do not open the floodgates for discrimination, and I really think we can prevent that. Again, irrespective of your social position on the matter, we can prevent that by eradicating the floodgates of litigation for any person, any human being to be able to file suit on an ambiguous and arbitrary, I'm assuming, presumption or animus.
Well, thank you for filing this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It will, you know, this bill would cause a lot of problems for our universities, and I think your amendment would actually get rid of a lot of those problems. So thank you for filing this amendment.
Thank you so much, Representative. And again, members, this is simply a cleanup to make sure that we already know how the courts feel about issues wherein legislation opens the floodgates to litigation to any citizen. We have been there, we have done that, and I'm asking that for just practical purposes of jurisprudence, we adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment kills the enforcement mechanism of the bill. I respectfully request that you vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Gomez to close. Representative Gomez, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, my legs are kind of short and I couldn't get over here fast enough, but I was going to ask if the gentlelady would yield
Will the
for a
gentlelady
question.
yield?
Certainly.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Swanson. Representative Swanson, the way your page 3, section F, a person may bring a civil action for injunctive relief against an institution of higher education, the way you have written this, would that allow any person, any citizen, not even citizen, any person to bring suit?
I appreciate that question. If you'd give me just a minute, I wasn't expecting to have the bill. Let me grab my layout.
Surely.
You have a good amendment.
Representative Gomez.
Yes. If you,
Thank you, Mr.
If
Speaker.
you would like to repeat the question, I do have page 3 here in front of me.
Yes, Ms. Swanson, Representative Swanson, thank you. Under subsection F, and I'm just quoting, a person may bring a civil action for injunctive relief against an institution of higher education. The way your bill is written, would that allow absolutely anyone to file suit under this bill?
Thank you for asking that. And definitely on page 3, we say it that way because there are a real variety of people that may be affected by the school's policies and by Texas policies. So we wanted to make sure that we are not keeping someone from being able to do that. So that's the way why it reads that way. Thank you.
So is it your understanding that as written, any person could file?
A variety of people can be affected, so therefore we need it to be read this way.
The way it's written, actually, do you even have to be a citizen of the United States to file?
I think that the bill speaks for itself. You
Is there
just read
anywhere
the
in your
line.
bill that points out that citizenship is a requirement to file suit on this matter?
I am quite sure that you read it. If you found that somewhere, I don't find that in the bill. Do you want to point out something, a specific line to ask about?
I guess that's why I'm asking you, is there anywhere specifically where you could point out to me that even Texas citizenship is a requirement to file suit on this bill?
Just, I think that the bill speaks for itself.
And I would agree with you. I have not found any citizenship requirement in your bill to file suit on this matter. The way the bill is written, are there any standing elements elaborated in order to file suit on this matter?
This is a common way to word this sort of thing, and it allows a variety of people, whether it's a parent of a student or anyone. We have foreign students, and we did not want to keep them from being able to use their rights.
And I would agree with you that it's so common, actually, that this wording was actually used recently in litigation brought forth to the Texas Supreme Court. And are you aware that the Texas Supreme Court has actually stated that this language is entirely too broad and expands and actually eradicates the necessity for standing in the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure?
I'm not advised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
Please vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Gomez to close from the front mic.
Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close from the front mic and once again ask that you please, as a matter of jurisprudence and judicial economy, adopt this amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Gomez Amendment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Swanson voting no. Representative Gomez voting aye. Have all voted? It means 60 ayes and 83 nays. The amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, right now there is no language ensuring protection from discrimination. This section of the bill currently allows for civil action against anyone alleged to have violated this bill. If the intent of this bill is not to discriminate against anyone, but rather equity in sports, then we should include something that protects all Texas college athletes from discrimination. This amendment would ensure that no one can use this law to needlessly discriminate against anyone regardless of their gender identity. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does not discriminate on the basis of sex, gender, or gender identity. It protects fundamental fairness in women's sports. I oppose it, and I respectfully ask you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, contrary to that, the U.S. Department of Education recently published a proposed rule that is not yet final, but clearly states that categorically barring transgender students from playing sports in accordance with their gender identity, as this bill does, is a clear violation of Title IX. Several court decisions have also reached the same conclusion, and the U.S. Supreme Court recently upheld an order from the Fourth Circuit allowing a transgender middle school girl to keep playing track and field. So this amendment certainly would help ensure that there's some equity in the law to make sure that anyone who is being discriminated against has a legal cause of action. And also, there are proposed regulations that mirror the NCAA rules in that they try to take into account each individual sport, its unique characteristics, and the hormone levels. That is why this bill would be a violation of Title IX. Members, I ask for your favorable consideration to support my amendment. Thank you.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Reynolds Amendment. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Reynolds voting aye. Representative Click voting nay. Representative Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? 59 ayes, 84 nays. The amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Title IX was created to ensure equity in sports in all aspects, whether it was funding, resources, or other proponents in athletics. Title IX is a standard for equity in athletics, so we should ensure that our state is doing all that it can to abide by Title IX. Our public universities in our state are required to comply with Title IX, and we can lose our federal funding if we don't. And we don't want to irreparably damage or harm women's sports in our state, so we have to follow Title IX. So this amendment simply states that no part of this bill should conflict with Title IX, and if it is later found to conflict, then it is no longer enforceable. We really do not want to jeopardize the substantial amount of federal funding that we receive for Title IX for women's sports, and I strongly encourage you to adopt this amendment, and I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does not violate Title IX. It protects the rights of women have fought for under Title IX. This amendment is unnecessary, and I respectfully request that you vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to close.
You know, members, we really don't want to do anything to jeopardize our Title IX funding. While Representative Swanson is of the belief that this does not in any way compromise Title IX, This amendment ensures that it does not, and so I encourage you to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Johnson Amendment. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Representative Johnson of Dallas voting aye, Representative Swanson voting nay, Representative Click voting nay. Have all voted? Being 61 ayes and 82 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
I recognize Representative Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Most intercollegiate regulatory boards are still actively updating their standards for transgender athletes and what regulations should be in place on them. The NCAA, for example, is implementing a three-phase program that's taking place over several years to ensure that all of their sports are equitable and fair and that every athlete is participating. Since there are ever-changing policies and regulations on transgender athletes and what guidelines they must meet in order to compete, this amendment would put a sunset date on the bill that aligns with the NCAA three-phase plan. This allows the major athletic regulatory boards to completely implement their guidelines for transgender athletes and observe if they need to be tweaked or not. This allows us to come back and revisit this bill once the NCAA and other regulatory boards have fully seen the effects of their work and align our state with what the national regulations are. You know, we all love our college sports in Texas, and this would allow us to ensure that our Texas colleges are providing competition that rivals other universities in not just athletic ability, but also equity and fairness. And I would move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is no reason to sunset this bill. I oppose it and respectfully ask that you vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to close on the amendment.
It's hard to respond to such eloquent opposition. I didn't pick the number out of a hat. This aligns with how the NCAA is doing their phase-in rules for transgender athletes. And so if this doesn't align with what they're doing, let's come back and tweak this so that it does, because these are going to be national standards, and we should make sure that we have our college athletics on the same level as those at the national level. So this is a date that aligns with that, and that's the reason it makes us come back to make sure that what we did here today aligns with what's done nationally in that three-phase program that's already been outlined, that's already been voted on. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Moody amendment to record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Representative Moody voting aye, Representative Swanson voting nay, Representative Click voting nay. Have all voted? There being 60 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCain, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Kane. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we should be doing everything we can to ensure that women's sports are as equitable and safe as possible. The amendment would require the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to conduct a study regarding equity and safety in women's sports, including issues such as funding equity, sexual harassment, and sexual assault, and any other concerns deeply prevalent in women's sports. We've heard the bill author and members express their deep concern for and love of women's sports. We've heard about the promise of Title IX to create equality for women's sports and to give opportunities to women athletes. But when I look at the bill, I see it as lacking in actually helping women's sports. I don't see anything to address the huge disparity in funding between men and women's college sports. If you remember the NCAA basketball tournament in San Antonio 2 years ago, you'll recall how awful the accommodations were for the women's teams compared to the men's teams. Many of you are deeply aware of the epidemic of sexual abuse and sexual assault in women's sports. This bill doesn't do anything to help any of these problems or any other real-life issue affecting women athletes. This amendment is simple: to conduct a study. However, I am withdrawing the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Ramos to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, like many of you, I ran to become a lawmaker to make Texas a better place to live, make laws in a state of 30 million people, to make Texas a better place for Texas families. And like many of you, I heard my community members, Texans in my neighborhood, saying, we need you to address issues that are important to us, like gun violence, healthcare, education, property taxes. After all, here, we are the capital of mass shootings in America. We're the #1 uninsured in the U.S., and we severely underfund our public schools. But instead, once again, we are wasting valuable time and resources on whatever boogeyman hate creates today. Whatever boogeyman hate creates today, that's what we're tackling. Not gun violence, not education, and not health care, but instead a fictional boogeyman. I'm sure many of you are unaware, and frankly probably don't care, that today is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. This is a day to reflect on the many challenges that the LGBT community face in our societies and fight to address the prejudice, discrimination, and violence that this community faces. Hate and violence that this community faces from legislation like this. Instead of working to create societies that are more tolerant and accepting, we are putting forward more senseless legislation that targets trans people in particular and discriminates against communities at large. This bill, once again, is another hateful and fear-mongering bill to distract Texas voters from the real issues not being addressed this session. And it encourages discrimination and exclusion against transgender Texans. This is a violation of the rights of a very small minority of college athletes from being able to pursue their passions and develop their physical skills. All individuals should have equal access to participate in sports, regardless of their gender identity, period. Being trans individuals from sports continues to create a state of stigmatization and a hostile environment for this community. Again, we are telling trans people that they don't belong in our state, in our public spaces, in our sports. We are sending the message that discrimination based on gender identity is acceptable, and it is not. We are causing this population to feel isolated, have low self-esteem, and increased mental health issues. If we say that we are committed to mental health to address the increasing rates of violence in our community, why are we neglecting the needs of the LGBT community? those who seek higher rates of depression, anxiety, homelessness, and suicide than any other population in our society. Members, the numbers speak for themselves. 61% of transgender youth are battling symptoms of depression. 40% of transgender adults report having attempted suicide, the majority of having done so before the age of 25. 39% of transgender adults surveyed by the Human Rights Campaign say they are currently experiencing serious psychological distress. And yet, instead of helping them, we try to advance more and more bills on discrimination. All the while, our children and our families continue to be slaughtered in our communities. We're wasting time and valuable resources on discriminatory bills that do nothing to make Texas a better place, but instead put our families in harmful environments. I ask you to vote against this bill, and I ask Texans to say, stop this nonsense. Let's focus on things that help Texas families, not break us apart and divide each other and divide our families. I ask you to support me in voting against this bill.
Ms. Flores,
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Ramos, to your knowledge, has the legislature done anything to address concern like high rates of sexual abuse in sports, fewer participation or opportunities for women to play in collegiate athletes, or inadequate program funding? Have you heard any talk during this legislative session about fixing any of those problems?
That is not, I think, a concern of the majority party here at all.
So, we're hearing, the body is ignoring recommendations of athletes and other major organizations, right? Because we've heard multiple reports have come out stating that it would actually help improve the quality of women's sports, and banning transgender athletes was not one of those recommendations. Isn't that true?
That's true, and one of the priority items that the governor said he would like to address is mental health, yet instead we're exacerbating the problem with legislation like this.
Well, I agree with you that we should be focused on the bigger pictures and the real issues, and if we really wanted to do something about, making women's athletics, stronger, I think we would be fighting to improve their funding and the safety of women athletes, would we not?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about fairness for our college female athletes, and I respectfully ask that you vote yes. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 15. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye, Ms. Click voting aye, Ms. Leah Wilson voting aye, Ms. Timish voting aye, Mr. Smith voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 49 nays, SB 15 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 87. The clerk read the resolution.
SJR 87 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation equipment or inventory held by a manufacturer of medical or biomedical products to protect the Texas healthcare network and strengthen our medical supply chain.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonham to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority of medical and biomedical manufacturing is located in foreign countries. One thing we've learned and experienced in recent years is the vulnerability that we have in Texas to our supply chain when it comes to these types of important products. This bill will help to limit medical supply chain disruption in our state by creating an opportunity to increase Texas-based medical and biomedical manufacturing. With the approval of Texas voters, this legislation would exempt from ad valorem taxation tangible personal property that's used or produced by medical and biomedical manufacturers, such as medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and personal protective equipment. Medical and biomedical manufacturers would continue to pay all other applicable taxes, including real property taxes, margin tax, unemployment taxes, and sales tax. And furthermore, local tax administrators would retain control over enforcement of the use of this exemption. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 87. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 10 nays, HJR 87 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2289. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2289 by Huffman, relating to the exemption from ad valorem taxation of certain tangible personal property held by a manufacturer of medical or biomedical products as a finished good or used in the manufacturing or processing of medical or biomedical products.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the statutory language that accompanies the SJR we just passed. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading at SB 2289. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye, Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 126 ayes and 13 nays, SB 2289 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1361. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1361 by Huffman, relating to the unlawful production or distribution of sexually explicit videos using deep fake technology, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes deep fake pornography a crime. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 1361. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1361 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 538. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 538 by King, relating to the use of appropriated money by the Texas Military Department or Texas Military Forces for recruiting and retention purposes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 538 simply amends the Texas Government Code to give Texas State Guard the authority to use state-appropriated funds on public relations and advertising for the purposes of recruiting and retention. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 538. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 538 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 246. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 246 by Alvarado, relating to the regulation of motor fuel metering devices and motor fuel quality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a TDLR cleanup bill in regards to motor fuel metering. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 246. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 1 nay. SB 246 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 614. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 614 by Perry, relating to certain procedures relating to children placed under a parental child safety placement.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many of you may not be aware, but currently the state has over 10,000 kids in what is often called the hidden foster care system. They have been removed from their homes by the department through an agreement known as a parent-child safety placement. While at the best, it can be a less intrusive level of intervention by the state, with less trauma to the child, at its worst, it can coerce children out of homes with zero court oversight and little, if any, legislative guardrails. What the bill does, quite simply, is it provides a notice. The notice in the bill that is given to the parents best explains the guardrails created by the bill. The parents must be notified in writing that the agreement is entirely voluntary. The agreement can last no longer than 30 days. If the agreement is extended, it can be renewed no more than 2 times for 30 days each. And a child is not to be placed outside the home for more than 90 calendar days. The bill also adds reporting requirements so that the kids are no longer hidden. Mr. Speaker, I do believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment requires...
Amendment by Shaheen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the amendment.
Sorry, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just requires a monthly report on parental child safety placements. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Shaheen sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption. The amendment chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 614. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 614 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 48. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 48 by Zaffarini relating to standardized forms and materials for the issuance of protective orders, magistrate's orders for emergency protection, and temporary ex parte orders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, orders for emergency protection and both protective and temporary ex parte orders may be issued in family violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and stalking cases. However, variations in protective order forms can result in delays when the Texas Department of Public Safety uploads that information. This sometimes allows an abuser to slip through the cracks. This bill would allow DPS to transfer the information regarding those orders quickly and efficiently to help better protect the lives of crime victims. Senate Bill 48 would require the use of standardized forms by the Office of Court Administration for protective orders. The bill directs OCA to develop and make available on its website these standardized forms. Members, again, this bill is about providing adequate notification, ensuring that all parties are aware of the same expectations, and increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of protected orders across the state of Texas. I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment directs the Office of Court Administration to evaluate the effectiveness of protective orders in the state. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Landgraf sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 48. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes and 0 nays. SB 48 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1340. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1340 by Zaffarini relating to the local development agreement database maintained by the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1340 enhances transparency, accountability, and accessibility of local economic development agreements. Last session, we passed a bill creating an online database of local 380 and 381 agreements. SB 1340 expands this database by including Chapter 312 agreements and requiring additional information to be displayed in a searchable format. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass the third reading of SB 1340. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1340 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1089. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1089 by Parker relating to repealing the ability to declare certain unopposed candidates for office as elected.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1089 seeks to uphold the principles of transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in the electoral process by repealing the ability to declare unopposed candidates for office as elected in Texas and clarifying the order in which offices are listed on the ballot. Elections are a crucial mechanism for ensuring the legitimacy of the people's representatives and allowing uncontested candidates to remain on the ballot, which upholds the democratic principles of transparency and inclusivity. Excluding uncontested candidates from the ballot can be seen as a violation of these democratic principles and may erode trust and confidence in the electoral process. Additionally, having uncontested candidates on the ballot sends a message to the public that the electoral process is open and transparent, which is essential in fostering truth and confidence in the system.
Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, you'll have to speak up, though.
Yeah, likewise. I'm having a difficult time hearing you as well, Representative.
Members, please take your conversations outside the room.
Representative, may I ask what gave rise to the necessity for this legislation?
Sure. This, again, what it's doing is it's putting in place back to where we were in how elections and ballots were just 2 years ago and prior to that. During the last election, I heard from many constituents who were confused about how the ballot was laid out. I got questions, I'm sure other members, there's 61 of whom here who are unopposed, got questions about who was on the ballot and how they didn't see names that they were expecting to see on the ballot. I think it's open, honest, and transparent to make sure that all elected officials, including ourselves, have their names on the ballot and that they stand for election.
I guess I'm trying to understand, was the initial announcement of the election not made public?
The announcement of the election was
So in what
made
instance is someone running unopposed?
People who run unopposed, or I guess when no one runs against them. I don't know what you're asking. I mean, the definition of unopposed is someone files and no one else files, and so then that person is deemed unopposed.
But the public is made aware at that point, correct? That there is an opening?
Well, I would imagine there are some people who keep track of who files and who doesn't file for every single race in Texas. However, most people don't. A lot of voters who do their homework will do that analysis during the election, and then they get to see many times for the first time the ballot when they're at the voting booth.
Same. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for a purpose.
Gentleman would yield.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
So I'm trying to understand your bill. So what your bill does is that even if you're unopposed in your election, your name's going to be on the ballot.
That's right.
Okay, because last election season, I had constituents that wondered where I was because I was unopposed. They said, we thought you were running.
Right.
But my name wasn't on the ballot.
That's exactly right. And that's what we're trying to fix with this bill, is that your name will be on the ballot, opposed or unopposed, so your constituents know everyone who is running for every position.
So is it on the ballot as it would normally be, or is there a different section, or what's going on?
Yeah, so what happened just the last election, what happened is if you were unopposed, your name would appear at the very bottom in a big group of unopposed candidates. What this bill would do is put your name back in the same exact order that it was 2 years ago. We're basically just going back to where we were 2 years ago, and your name would be in the same order it was before. So, you know, in your case, possibly it would be the state senator's name and then your name after that.
But people aren't voting for you, it's just there.
I'm sorry?
Are people going to get to vote for you, or is it just
Oh, yeah,
there?
they can still vote for you. Or not, right? I mean, there's always an undervote situation that can happen. But yes, it's just you'll have all the names of everyone who's running, opposed or not opposed, in the order that it used to be previously, and they can vote or not vote for every single person on that ballot.
Well, I think you've got a good bill, because I've got friends and family that went to go vote, and we went to go vote for you, not for any other reason, and my name wasn't on the ballot, and they're saying, what's going on? So thank you for bringing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I move passage.
The question occurs and passes a third reading, SB 1089. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1089 is passed a third reading. The chair lays out on second reading, SB 1932. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1932 by Creighton relating to authorizing secondary wine sales, requiring a registration, authorizing an administrative penalty, authorizing a fee and a tax.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1932 creates a responsible process for rare and collectible wine to be sold in restaurants. Move passage.
The question occurs and passes a third reading, SB 1932. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King and Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 129 ayes and 15 nays. SB 1932 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on second reading, SB 2010. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2010 by Schwertner relating to reporting by the market monitor of potential manipulation of the wholesale electric market.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SB 2010 requires reports from the Market Monitor and Public Utilities Commission on potential market manipulation violations. The IMM is responsible for monitoring the wholesale ERCOT market to detect and prevent potential market manipulation. Under current law, there's no statutory requirement that these activities be published or public in any way. This bill will require the IMM to report their findings in writing to the PUC and PUC staff.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. Thank you.
This bill does not presume that there's any guilt on the part of any company just because of an investigation. and those company names would remain anonymous unless a violation is found to have occurred, then the company would be named. The bill also requires a public report to be furnished by the PUC no later than December 1st.
Ms. Morales-Shaw,
Mr.
for what
Speaker,
purpose?
thank you. Will the gentlelady yield
The
for some
gentlelady
clarifying
yields for
questions?
questions.
Yes.
She yields.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Slauson. I think this is a good bill. I know, or at least I surmise, that it was prompted by the price gouging that we saw following Winter Storm Uri. Is that correct?
It's prompted by a need to ensure that there is adequate transparency in reporting so that we know when the IMM is sending out RFIs just to investigate potential market manipulation.
I know that last session we had a lot of conversation and legislation after we realized that there was a lack of communication between different agencies, including the PUC and the Railroad Commission being two of the main ones. And some of the legislation was aimed at remedying that. And I hope that in the scope of this bill, there will be that communication in the rulemaking so that we make sure that a big part of this price gouging, which includes natural gas, and it's not in the purview of this proposed legislation, can be included in that rulemaking process. Is it your understanding that this includes monitoring price changes for electricity supply, but not for natural gas?
This bill specifically deals with PURA under the Utilities Code and the IMM's relationship with the PUC. The Railroad Commission is a separate entity, so that's not contemplated under this bill.
Right, and I have an amendment that I'll talk to you about after this, and we may be able to add that on to third reading. And hopefully we can somehow make sure that for consumer protection, for supply protection, for energy reliability, we can make sure that when we look at the market manipulation, we look at the full supply chain at all levels. Because I think when we look at the price, the crazy price raising that went from at 1.225 MMBTU to 500 within a matter of 3 days, that wasn't the electricity providers. So I'm hoping that you'll look at that amendment. But thank you for the clarifications.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 2010. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2010 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1599. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1599 by Hughes relating to ballots voted by mail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1599 is a bipartisan bill that will make several changes to absentee voting to improve procedures and standardize the processes, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1599. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Ms. Davis voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1599 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1364. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1364 by Alvarado relating to weight limitations for certain natural gas or electric vehicles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1364 simply amends the Texas Transportation Code to align with existing federal law by including electric vehicles to have a weight limit exemption of up to 82,000 pounds. Move passage.
The question occurs with passage of third reading of SB 1364. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 22 nays, SB 1364 is passed at third reading. Mr. Smith, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that all of the exchange between Ms. Slauson and any questioner be reduced to writing on SB 2010 and put in the record.
Members heard the motions. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D,
for SB 252 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Niame Criado.
Members of the motion objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're about to go on to the items eligible calendar. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3647 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 3647 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amendment for House Bill 3647 clarifies that FTA programs will not be affected by the bill, and so I move to concur in Senate amendments.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for the questions?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
He yields.
Chair Guillen, the amendment that the Senate added onto your bill was to exclude Chapter 706 from this legislation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What effect does that have on this legislation? I mean, like, your original legislation, I thought, was a very good piece of legislation. What does 706, excluding Chapter 706, do to what you intended?
From what I understand, Chapter 706, it inserts Chapter 706. It says in Section 1 of the bill, in added Section 521042F Transportation Code, page 1, line 27, between subsection G and the underlined comma, it inserts Chapter 706.
It adds failure to appear.
And it adds failure to appear.
I'm sorry?
Failure to appear.
So it only adds failure to appear as a charge that would prevent you from renewing your license.
Right, that and the provision that I read you.
Okay. Thank you.
I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 3647. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes and 2 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments to HB 3647. The chair recognizes Ms. Theory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 3273 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 3273 with Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Theory to explain these Senate amendments.
Members, the amendments to this bill are just perfecting amendments that make some grammatical changes and add or publish or posted by the notice required by this section. So they're really just to clarify the language. And I move that the House concur in the Senate amendments.
Ms. Theory moves that the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 3273. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The House votes to concur with Senate amendments to HB 3273. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2354 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2354 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, the Senate added amendment on here that the House does not like. So I move that the House refuse to concur with the Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee. Freedom.
Mr. Hefner moves that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments to HB 2354 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion is granted. The clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2354. Hefner, Chair. Harris of Anderson, King of Uvalde, Meyer, Theory.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1605 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 1605 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Buckley displaying these Senate amendments. Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Buckley, you and I have had extensive conversations about this bill. I know this is a bill that you sincerely support. I have some concerns. This body lined up a bunch of members back there where you were to accept a bunch of amendments that the House decided was important before we let this bill go over to the Senate. And I'm concerned several of those amendments were stripped. This is a bill, so that everybody understands, that could have very large implications for our classrooms. It's transformative in the way we do curriculum in the classroom across the state of Texas. It has over a $700 million fiscal note. It creates another 70 plus FTEs at TEA. But there were 3 amendments that were stripped that I would like to specifically ask you about. And one of those was a Busey amendment that the teachers were really adamant about. And this is an amendment that would have took out from the bill the requirement that teachers use the instructional materials approved under this bill, quote, with fidelity. They believed they'd be too scripted to avoid liability, and I see that that was removed by the Senate. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, the final language in the bill provides teachers with protections from discipline actions if they're teaching from SBOE-approved materials.
And do you understand the teachers' concerns that they would be some scripted or that they would be subject to liability if they weren't? Because the word with fidelity is not defined in the bill, is it?
Well, the word fidelity is a term of art in education. Administrators and supervisors use that term. They even have a term called fidelity walks, where they go through classrooms to make certain that teachers are teaching the standards and that that teachers are teaching the curriculum for the kids. So fidelity is a term of art in education.
But when it becomes a legal defense, it makes the teachers nervous that it could be interpreted to mean that they have to be scripted. And that's indeed one of their major concerns we have heard about this bill, is that they would be scripted in the classroom.
Well, I've seen the curriculum in action, and there is no script. There is great leeway for teachers to bring their own individual talents to the classroom, and there is no script in these materials. These materials are simply materials that bring our instruction to grade level. They're high quality. They lean in on the important factors of teaching, which is high standards and rigor and knowledge base. So those kids, especially those kids that are behind, have the knowledge to connect knowledge to their reading so that they can comprehend better.
And do you understand why the Senate removed the amendment that would have stripped the with fidelity requirement for teachers to avoid liability?
Well, I think, what it does, we want to make sure that, the amendment, the language is there is to make certain that language we have from SB 3, one of the last special sessions, to make sure that there are no CRT violations in our classrooms. It's a protection for teachers. It extends that protection, that if they are teaching on materials that are SBO approved, then they have full protection of what they do in the classroom.
And I know you and I have both heard teachers feeling that their hands are significantly tied already in the classroom, and they're nervous about further being further constrained in the classroom.
Yeah.
Another amendment
may I
was
respond?
stripped. I'm sorry?
May I respond?
Sure.
So the teachers that I have seen that are using the curriculum showed me the individuality of the lessons they were presenting within the curriculum, and it was anything but scripted. But I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
Another amendment that was stripped was an amendment by Mr. Tallarico that would have required teachers and parents to be part of the advisory committee for this transformational bill that would potentially change the way we do curriculum in the classroom. That was also stripped.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Exactly. And the reason is that amendment actually would limit the number of individuals that could be on the advisory committee. So removing that language allows more teachers and parents and really community members to be a part of this process. The goal here is to make sure that we hear from our teachers and our parents to make sure that they have input into the development of instructional materials in the future.
So then why not require that they be part of the advisory committee?
Well, this does. This allows them to be there. The language that was currently there was so restrictive. It was built around advisory committees that have to do with licensing and very procedural things. This is totally different. This is instructional materials. So we wanted to make sure there was a seat at the table for students, for parents and teachers. We want more parents and teachers to be involved in the process versus few.
So is it your assertion to the body that parents and teachers will absolutely be part of the advisory committee for this implementation of this bill if it passes?
That is correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then finally, my amendment was removed, and my amendment concerned competitive bidding.
Yes.
And you and I have had multiple conversations about this. There was originally a section in the bill that allowed for TEA to, quote, extend a contract without having to go through any kind of procurement process, without having to get SBOE approval, because Section 18 is the one section of the bill that did not require SBOE approval. We know that during COVID, lots of contracts were granted under emergency procurement guidelines, including to Amplify, which is, we know, one of the vendors that has been involved in this legislation. And so this body decided to strip that exception to competitive bidding, to not allow TEA to just extend a contract. And we know that contracts to Amplify are already in the tens of millions of dollars. And I wanted to make sure, and this body decided that we didn't put our finger on the scale to allow TEA to just extend a contract without competitive bidding. That was stripped by the Senate as well.
Okay. Well, the state auditor's office has audited the agency's instructional materials contract, and the TA has not engaged in any no bid contracts for instructional materials. The language in the bill requires TA to follow state contracting law. Texas Government Code 2155 applies for all purchases under this section, and 2155-075 explicitly requires best value in contracting. That is not exempted from this process. But what this does is it makes certain that when we evaluate instructional materials, that we're not hung up in the DIR process, which is specifically for technology. This is not a technology bill. This is an instructional materials bill that may have a small portion that involves technology, but it makes sure that contracting processes always require best value in contracting, but also allow us a more modern, if you will, a more appropriate means of evaluating these materials and contracting.
So then is it your assertion to this body that TEA will not extend a contract that it procured without competitive bidding for implementation of this bill?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you. Members, the Senate added amendments to further restrict the Commissioner's rulemaking authority, to grant additional review authority to the State Board of Education, to prohibit 3Qing, and to assure that open education resources cannot be modified by the agency once they're approved by the State Board of Education. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendments.
Dr. Buckley moves the House concur in Senate Amendments HB 1605. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye, Dr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. King of the Hemphill voting aye, Mr. Schofield voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes and 39 nays, the House votes to concur with sending amendments to HB 1605. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 2230 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2230 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Canales to explain these Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, we passed this bill totally out with eliminating the sunset date for Proposition 1, which essentially dedication of oil and gas severance fees to transportation. The Senate amendments change that sunset date to an 8-year extension or extending Prop 1 from 2043 to 2035. And at this point, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Canales moves to concur with Senate amendments to HB 2230. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments to HB 2230. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 5174 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 5174 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain these Senate amendments.
The Senate made some technical corrections that will actually add who can participate, and they are acceptable. I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin moves that the House to concur in Senate amendments to HB 5174. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 9 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 5174. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1666 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 1666 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we passed to protect digital asset customers. The Senate added some amendments at the request of the Department of Banking to give the department more tools to enforce the bill. These changes strengthen the consumer protections, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in the Senate amendments.
Mr. Capriglione moves the House to concur in Senate amendments to HB 1666. If this is a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 1666. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1393 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 1393 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Frank to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate only made one change. The agency, ERS, asked for a little more time on implementation, so we moved the implementation back, and because of that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Frank moves the House to concur in Senate amendments to HB 1393. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 1393. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2545 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2545 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that protects our genetic data from DNA testing services. The Senate made a few changes that ensure the bill does not disrupt normal medical tests done by healthcare providers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to...
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
President Capriglione, the biggest change that the Senate added was actually a provision that guarantees that if we submit our DNA to testing services, that even though we have submitted it to them and paid them for a service, that DNA sample still belongs to us, correct?
That's right, that sample and belongs to the person who sent in the sample. Yes.
That is an excellent addition to this bill and protects the rights of all Texans in the future.
With their most personal data, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in the Senate amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Capriglione moves the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 2545. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 2545. The House votes to concur with Senate amendments to HB 2545. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2484 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2484 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An amendment was added in the Senate that we have issues with, and so I move that we not concur with Senate amendments and appoint a conference committee.
Mr. Guillen moves the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments to HB 2484 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2484, Guillen, Chair, Gerdes, Lopez of Cameron, Raymond, Thompson of Brazoria.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up HB 2217 with the Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2217 with Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Button to explain these Senate amendments.
Members, we send the Senate two accountant-related bills, and they send back combined into one. The language added to HB 2217 passed previously in the House, so I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Ms. Button moves the House concur in the Senate amendments to HB 2217. This is a record vote. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 5 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2217. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to call up House Bill 587 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 587 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made one tiny amendment, just changes it to allow first responders to also receive the remains of the flag that is retired. I move to concur that the House concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Patterson moves the House to concur in Senate amendments to HB 587. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes and 5 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 587. The chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 4797 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 4797 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Romero to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendments clarify that the bill in no way opens up CDAs to be altered other than for training purposes. Move to concur.
Mr. Romero moves the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 4797. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 4797. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing conversations on the items eligible HB 1605 and reduce the writing and place in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 1188.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1188. Munoz, Chair. Gomez, Guillen, Lozano, Raymond.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 1893 post haste.
Members heard the motion. Objection. The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1893. Anderson, Chair. Capriglione, Hernandez, Schofield, Thompson of Harris.
Is Mr. Meyer on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 3 and SJR 3 to designate the members included on the signature list submitted by the committee chair to the chief clerk as co-sponsors and joint sponsors.
Members heard the motion. Objection. The chair hears none. So ordered. Yeah. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let the body know that the co-sponsor forms are available for SB 3 and SJR 3 for signing in the chief clerk's office. That is the House's tax plan that'll be on the floor tomorrow. So those co-sponsor sheets are available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, one very important announcement. Happy birthday to Mr. Cecil Bell. And to the other side of the floor, happy birthday to Mr. Tallarico. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 379 by Hoffman to Ways and Means, SB 1148 by West to Public Education, SB 2029 by Creighton to Higher Education, SB 2273 by Colcourse to Public Education, SB 2422 by Creighton to Higher Education, SB 2572 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2574 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2584 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2585 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2595 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2597 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SB 2604 by Miles to Land and Resource Management, SB 2609 by Hughes to Land and Resource Management, SB 2619 by Creighton to Land and Resource Management, SCR 40 by Hall to State Affairs, SCR 52 by Gutierrez to Resolutions Calendar, HR 1779 by Lujan, HR 1780 by Guerin, HR 1781 by Guerin, HR 1782 by Guerin. The following resolutions by Gonzales-El Paso are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendar. HR 1784, HRs 1871 through 1881, HRs 1884 through 1890, HRs 1892 through 1896, HR 1898, 1901, 1903, 1905, and HRs 1907 through 1942. HR 1785 by Buckley, HR 1786 by Clardy, HR 1787 by Orr, HR 1788 by Harless, HR 1789 by Harless, HR 1790 by Harless, HR 1791 by A. Johnson of Harris. The following resolutions by Ortega are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendar, HRs 1792 through 1801 and HRs 1958 through 1999. The following resolutions by Guerra are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendar, HR 1783 and HRs 1802 through 1829. HR 1830 by Moody, HR 1831 by Moody, HR 1832 by Moody, HR 1833 by Moody, HR 1834 by Herrero, H.R. 1835 by Lopez of Cameron, H.R. 1837 by Perez. The following resolutions by Ardaz are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendar, H.R. 1838 through H.R. 1849 and H.R. 202. H.R. 1850 by Turner, H.R. 1851 by Orr, H.R. 1852 by Harrison, H.R. 1853 by Holland. The following resolutions by Jeton are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars, H.R.s 1854 through 1862, H.R.s 1864 through 1869, and H.R. 1882, H.R. 1883, and H.R. 1891. H.R. 1897 by Lujan, H.R. 1899 by Lujan, H.R. 1900 by Lujan. The following resolutions by Price are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendar, H.R. 1870, 1902, 1904, 1906, 1943, 1945, 1947 through 1952, and H.R.s 1954 through 1956. H.R. 1946 by Lopez of Cameron, H.R. 1953 by Meza, H.R. 1957 by Cunningham, H.R. 2000 by Spiller, H.R. 2001 by Herrero, SB 1930 by Colcourse to Juvenile Justice and Family Issues, SB 2086 by Colcourse to Business and Industry.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Raymond moves the House adjourn until Thursday at 10 a.m. in memory of Isabel Raymond Martinez of Laredo, who passed away on May 13th at the age of 100. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned.